Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Maybe I'm the monster. I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah.
今年的 PSG 不一样了吗？
难道 PCS 的最后一年就是8强的那一年吗 ？Maple， 跳过去把 Driver 杀了，再一直点，
这也是你的兄弟啊！
蛇蛇，你好，
这是兄弟，
你得跪在地上，我会 double kill 给到 Maple。
哇，看镜头，两个兄弟笑得很开心
太离谱了。
Yeah, half HP, 67,000 HP. Gemini is looking for a way into the pit. Climbing looking for a way to get vision in there.
I think Gemini even has Q.
Yeah, Gemini, he does have Q. He's coming in, he got it! Frank! They're trying to turn this around. It's the steal. He's going to go down, but by God, you'll take that any single day of the week. And
抓到人嘞！哇，但左边好像兄弟草人被抓，恐惧控制了对面的中打野，但还是死了，努力在塔前。 只有一只小兵的情况下，女武神能够往后拉，但也难逃死亡。
啊，其实地狱之屋一直以来的问题就是每次打赢一波之后，马上就会还回去了。
那包围网来了，冠冠不急着交技能，而是看到无敌进来之后再往前锤。
好运点一点，
在没血的情况下要打，但杰西还是被杀了。右边俊佳也是个大人口，他身上有700块，不过他魔力很多，队友赶过来 ，Maple 想继续打，打不过。
拉扯，两边都在拉扯，顶一下。
无敌被留住
Q 闪，
队友接续进场留了，虽然捅了出去，但后续的输出是由 PSG 完美补足 ，double kill 给到 Betty。
哇，无敌这波很帅，把人顶到了他的队友旁边，再一个 Q 闪控2个，让队友能够跟到这个距离。
这一波突如其来，DCG 死了3个人。
这个兵营也点不到哈啊，怎么了？
刚刚那台车灵车吗？啊，不能上车吗？
哎呦，这里还要蹲。
右边要抓一剑，
飞过去，
水晶里还能打，没魔的挖口，不是水晶的对手，水晶一个人，再捞2颗人头回来。
啊，他也是很肥，但这里应该还是要被抓了。
对面 FAK TP 过来，全员要抓，
投给阿奇尔，投给阿
来了。阿奇尔赶到要杀，在水晶里扛着可以继续打，
好痛好痛好痛！
拉扯，他的肾的保护，
没魔了，没魔了，
继续抓金面，金面也没魔了，右边再。这猪肉，水精灵轻松的拿下 double， 这是一个夸爪了，双 double。
哎呦要一波。
水晶们就踩在眼上哦，DCG 是预判早就知道这里是3个人的情况
但吉米恩没有 TP， 那要越喽。
纳尔要变大哦，这边闪逃杀的后面的纳尔，想要一波 all in 杀了纳尔，空中纳尔是被留住，扛塔的阵。很轻松再拉出来，下一个扛塔的水精灵没死，救援了水精灵。
好的，阿奇尔过来喽，
要再来杀凯威，但后面阿奇尔赶到却发现这塔已经掉了，他也没得救。DCG 完美塔下4+3加 FAK， 所有人都给夹死。
哦，这个4+3扛打的很完美，每个人都扛到最后一下，而且是控到1键，完全没办法那个变大之后反打，直接蒸发掉。就主要应该有抓到阿奇尔没 TP 啦。就是确定一定是人多打人少的情况下，这个胜者大绝也很关键，不然其实苦卡塔是被换掉的。
再推个塔。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
不会抓，来打咯，乖尾抓，乐趣尾抓。英雄联盟全系模式，魔兽成群，打败怪物，想办法活下去吧。你有都会，一起来指定。
今年的 PSG 不一样了吗？
难道 PCS 的最后一年就是8强的那一年吗？没跑，
没跑，
跳过去把 driver 杀了，再一直点。
这也是你的兄弟啊，
蛇蛇，你好，
这是兄弟，
你得跪在地上。我回到 double kill， 给到没跑。
哇，看镜头2个兄弟笑得很开心啊！
太离谱了。
Yeah, half HP, 6000 HP. Gemini is looking for a way into the pit. Climbing looking for a way to get vision in there.
I think Gemini even has Q.
Yeah, Gemini. He does have Q. He's coming in. He got it! Frank! They're trying to turn this around. It's the steal. He's going to go down, but by God, you'll take that any single day of the week. And
抓到人嘞！哇，但左边
好像
春天草人被抓，恐惧控制了对面的中打野，但还是死了。努力在塔前，只有一只小兵的情况下，女武神能够往后拉，但也难逃死亡。
啊，其实地狱猪一直以来的问题就是每次打赢一波之后，马上就会还回去了。
那包围网来了，冠冠不急着交技能，而是看到屋顶进来之后再往前锤。
好运姐一点，
在没血的情况下要打，但杰西还是被杀了。右边俊佳也是个大人口，他身上有700块，不过他魔力很多，队友赶过来 ，Maple 想继续打，打不过，
拉扯，两边都在拉扯，顶一下，
屋底被留住 ，Q 闪，队友接续进场，刘乐虽然捅了出去，但后续的输出是由 PSG 完美补足 ，Double Kill 给到 Betty，
哇，屋底这波很帅，把人顶到了他的队友旁边，再一个 Q 闪控2个，让队友能够跟到这个距离。
突如其来，第进去死了3个人。
这个兵役有点比较哈啊，怎么了？
刚刚那台车灵车吗？不能上车吗？
哎呦，这里还要蹲。
右边要抓一剑，
飞过去，
水晶里还能打，没魔的挖口，不是水晶的对手，水晶一个人，再捞2个人头回来。
啊，他还是很肥，但这里应该还是要被抓了。
对面 FAK TP 过来，全员要抓。
投给阿奇尔，投给阿奇尔
来了。阿奇尔赶到要杀，在水晶里扛着可以继续打，
好痛！
左拉扯，靠着圣的保护，
没魔了，
继续抓居民，居民也没魔了，右边再来，这猪肉水晶里轻松的拿下 double， 这是一个夸爪了双 double。
哎呦要一波。
根本就踩在眼上哦，第一次就是预判早就知道这里是3个人的情况下。
但皮米恩没有 TP， 那要越喽。
纳尔要变大哦，这边闪逃杀到后面的纳尔，想要一波 all in 杀掉纳尔，空中纳尔是被留住，扛塔的胜，很轻松再拉出来，下一个扛塔的水精灵没死。救援了水精灵，
好的阿奇尔过来喽，
要再杀凯威，但后面阿奇尔赶到却发现这塔已经掉了，他也没得救 ，DCG 完美塔下4+3+FAK， 所有人都给夹死。
哦，这个4+3扛打的很完美，每个人都扛到最后一下，而且是控到1键完全没办法那个变大之后反打，直接蒸发掉。就主要应该有抓到阿奇尔没 TP 啦，就是确定一定是人多打人少的情况下。这个圣德大绝也很关键，不然其实肯萨塔是被换掉的。
再推个塔。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's crunch time here at the PCS now that we head into our second stage of the, obviously, regular season, all of which will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and our sponsors, which are China Airlines, who are very soon to release. Actually, I think they've already just recently released their new trips.
Yeah, last week maybe.
Yeah, last week. You can find the trips. It's from Taipei to Seattle 5 times a week on the Airbus A350-900 on the China Airlines website. And of course, the TTL brand noodles, who have a new take, an upgraded take, of course, on the classic both chicken and beef style of ramen. So you can find those as well on the TTL brand website. Please do check them out. Now, I will be your host once again, Vestian, and alongside me, it is Lone.
Yeah, we are back for another week. You are not having deja vu. We are just straight back into CFO versus PSG. Not straight back into it.
That's right.
Second series of the day today. First up, we've got West Point up against Frank, and I'm actually much more excited for this matchup than I thought I would be about a week or two ago after seeing how West Point have improved, right?
Yeah, West Point have improved a lot, and last time we saw Frank as well. Left a lot to be desired. I don't think we're ever going to see those guys try and do a lane swap again, because what we've seen from their lane swapping is kind of just 3 failures in a row. And, you know, props to them for trying something. Unfortunately, wasn't going to get it done for them, and because of that, they are in the breakout group, fighting for their lives now to make it into the following playoff bracket, obviously. I think they're actually completely fine. I think they're guaranteed to make it with having 3 wins already. I don't think Halbig's can overtake them, which means they should be fine, but still playing for placement.
Yeah, you want the best seeding you can get just to dodge maybe some of the LJL teams, the stronger LCO teams, and even the PCS teams. If you can avoid the other PCS teams, a lot of the time that's your strongest competition. Today's matchups, as we have brought up, West Point versus Frank should actually be a lot more interesting than it was on paper at the beginning of the split.
Yeah.
I think especially we'll be on a new patch now, 14.
We were on 14-13 last week.
Same patch, yeah. So we're still on 14-13. West Point have looked solid. Their draft especially have just looked really good, and their team fighting too. Frank is a team where if you have a hole anywhere on the map, especially in the top lane, you just fall apart though. So we'll see how Ryu does, because this is going to be a big test for him.
Yeah.
If he can hang around against Jiang, just go even, do what he's been doing on the likes of Skarners, Cassantes, then yeah, West Point's a very legitimate threat as a team.
For sure. And we're going to have our 1v1s, of course, to decide which side we're on. Yijiang versus 1116 is our first of the 1v1s. I mean, 116, I mean, he's probably had the in a single game, I think he had the worst showing. It was against Betty when he went up 1-0 in a Callista versus Callista mirror match, and then unfortunately lost that one. Darius Pantheon shying away from 80 carries at long last.
I assume Darius wins every matchup, so I'm assuming he wins this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Pantheon is kind of scary sometimes. I'm not sure.
Doesn't have Ignite.
Ghost Barrier for Jiang. I think Ghost makes sense, because ultimately if you can just stay ghosted on someone and apply your passive, it will do more damage than Ignite does.
Yeah, it turns on Darius, it just turns an advantageous trade into a kill sometimes. In a long lane, and this is a very long lane.
It sure is. Yeah, I'm not sure who wins this matchup, to be honest. I mean, there's a bit more poke on the Pantheon.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes we see that just having a little extra poke is all that's needed. But
Jiang getting the advantage, and poke now. I'm surprised we've taken bone plating into the Darius as 1116 here, because it does just vanish immediately to the Darius bleed ticking. Nice.
Sure. Barrier popped early. Ghost as well. Did he use the apprehend? I guess he did. I didn't see him use it. This looks like it might just be a kill. Yeah, and it will be.
Yeah. You kind of saw how the matchup could work, where Jiang tried to get the empowered Q onto the Pantheon, he just jumped inside, but the Darius Q just comes up again before the Pantheon W is up again.
Yeah.
And Jiang just kills him in the long trade.
Well, it's going to be a few plates. First kill, I mean, huge advantage now to Yijiang, and you expect He should be able to get this one across the line.
Yeah, finishes tabbies and pick up some more tank stats. Plenty of damage just in base stats on the Darius to kill the Pantheon. And
yeah, Tubbies, I mean, yeah, Darius is just one of those champs that can kind of make use of the base stats, right? Q already doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to stop with this trade, especially with Pantheon E down
yeah,
now.
I mean, this level 6 even, yeah, this is over.
Dead.
It's done. I mean, yeah, we didn't exactly know how the 1v1 would go, but it was not particularly close.
Haven't been impressed with Pantheon when we've seen him in the 1v1s. He seems like a good 1v1 champ.
Did he win? Has he won one yet?
He got destroyed by Rengar, got destroyed by Cassio, and now by Darius.
That was the only ones we saw, right?
As far as I remember, yeah.
Yeah. No, not looking...
I think when you're locking the Pantheon, you're hoping for an ADC.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, even then, we've seen like these champs that theoretically, like, yeah, they just destroy ADCs. Yeah. They never do. Not on that map anyway. Looks like we're going to have Pretender in here for at least the first game up against West Point.
Okay.
So, obviously, I think after their showing against DCG, never hurts to put in a new face.
Yeah.
Show something a little different. The curse of Game 3. Wait. Are they the only team that's had 3-game series?
Yeah, I think that's what
that's how I'm reading this.
Yeah. They've played 6 matches, 4 of them have gone to 3. We didn't even notice that. Okay. So it's just been Frank.
Yeah.
For best of 3s. Because for a long time this split, we were sitting around waiting for the first
yeah.
series to even go to 3 games.
Yeah, and while it's a surprising stat, it's also like they did go to 3 games against both PSG and CFO. So it's not like, oh, they're going to 3 games where they should just be clearly 2-0ing.
Yeah.
They are.
The 4th is a worry to me. So we've got CFO,
West Point,
PSG,
I mean, not West
DCG.
Point. Yeah.
And then who have we gone to 3 with that we definitely shouldn't have? As Frank, it could have been West Point. This would be their second time playing. This is the second round robin.
Yeah.
Now.
I mean, maybe West Point? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. But either way, just kind of more signs of Frank being a bit shaky this split.
Yeah.
At least a couple teams, they should have probably just been 2-0ing, including DCG.
Yeah, you would have thought so, especially just on paper, right?
Yeah, I think the meta is very favorable for DCG right now. It always does feel like it, though, because of how flexibly they draft.
Yeah. DCG, they don't play to the meta, so we don't really need to worry about what that is.
Yeah, and it feels like Frank haven't quite found their identity with Wako in yet. To me, it makes sense to go with Pretender. Jimmy-in, love the guy, one of my favorite players, but just resource hungry.
Yeah.
When you've got this guy, Wako, on your team.
Yeah, very, very solid player as Wako. Having a head-to-head here between the AD carries. First in the league as Lil V for Champions played. He started out the split with a Smolder game. Yeah, I mean, I think the role with the most diversity at the moment is just the AD carry role. You can kind of get away with playing a whole lot.
Yeah, that's rare.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the misfortune recently, right? There's always been the Senna, the Israel, the Kaiser, Zeri as well.
Yeah. Occasional angles for AP picks as well, stuff like
yeah,
Ziggs.
Some people have been playing the Ziggs, right?
Yeah, lots of stuff to play in the bot lane. Feels like a lot of viable ADCs. 2 standout ones, in my eyes, being Ezreal and Zeri.
Yep.
The MF has performed really well when we've seen it, but we just don't see it as often. Maybe a little more conditional than the other 2.
Yeah, I think it's actually either performed really well or really poorly.
Yeah, which makes sense, considering MF.
It is kind of a feast or famine champ. Just, you know, all it's got is a lot of base stats and no way to be safe.
Diego banned away from Kongyue, as often is the case. Will West Point just have to give up the obligatory Rumble ban? Senna's gone for now. Jiang, capable of playing the Rumble, but we don't really think of the Rumble first when we do think of Jiang.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's capable of playing it, but we'll see if that's what he wants to play or not.
Corki banned away, so Frank angling the Tristana pickup. Probably. But 1-0-6 will happily play Lucian into that.
Yeah, of course, still on the patch where AD mids are just the best thing in the game.
No, Tristana also just banned. So maybe Frank trying to force a more standard draft?
Yeah, maybe, but the problem is that Jace still exists, and we saw 116 play it last week.
Jace exists, Lucian exists,
yeah.
Ezreal mid, Zeri mid are
yeah.
champs we've seen. We've seen a Tryndamere mid.
We sure have.
Plenty of ways to get AD in the mid lane. LCOs playing Varus mid, Rumble first pick, no surprise. So
there we are. I think we can go home now. This game feels like a wrap.
Yeah, I hope Ryu's got something better up his sleeve than just the Cassante.
Will he pick Riven? There's no way you're picking Riven into the guy that came into pro being a Riven one trick.
Maybe just a shout out for G1.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, that's more like it.
The Cassante is also just strange to take this early. I guess they just want information about the other lanes.
Yeah.
LB looking like might just be blind picked.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the easiest to punish, especially in competitive. A lot of the champs that do well into the LeBlanc were banned by Frank in the Tristana and the Corki. You can, of course, still pick Zeri or any of these ADs, but it does seem to me, based on the bans, that it's probable that Patina doesn't want to pick an AD mid.
Yeah, it's. I think you prefer AP mid top here and then just chuck a AD jungler.
Yeah, Viego,
Gemini.
that's banned. I honestly, I think you, Locker Tank, I think you go AD, you go Jace.
Let's go Jace mid. Yeah, but Frank now are kicking themselves a bit for banning the Corki and the Triss.
Nah,
right? They love it here.
Pretender's played way more Jace than he's played of these, and maybe it's just going to be Lucian instead. Although, this could be a Lucian for Wako if Nami does not get banned.
Yeah,
he has been a player that loves Lucian, Nami, Lucian, Milio in the past, and he performs extremely well on it.
It's also totally possible that Rumble or Maokai are being flexed into support. Unlikely the Maokai's ever getting flexed when he's got the Cassante matchup to go to. But the Maokai remains a flex, and so does the Lucian.
Yeah.
So, pretty flexible draft from Frank. West Point, on the other hand, you know exactly what you're getting by LB. Very transparent what they'll be trying to do.
That's a very scary 2v2, but Lucian is one of the safest champions in the game in a 1v1 lane.
Yeah, hard to land the chain. You just need to land that first bit of CC with this combo from West Point, right? Yeah. Either the Vi Q or the LB chain, and then you're guaranteed a kill pretty much. But
yeah, it's very difficult to do that on Lucian.
Yeah.
Braum going to be banned away. Obviously does well into what's shown, or at least the Vi, and you're most likely going to have an engaged support, so...
Yeah. Even that LB hates to have to play around the Braum.
Yeah. Leona
probably the premier support at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem like it, right?
Biggest winner of the Warmogs changes. And
yeah, I think the reason for that is just she's the only champ that has an insane amount of magic resistant armor in her kit.
In the kit, yeah.
Yeah, whereas everyone else, I mean, they love the health and whatnot. They don't get the same value out of it.
She's also probably the only support that doesn't even consider anything other than Aftershock, which also synergizes well because of the resists.
She used to go Glacial. I think
maybe.
It might be matchup dependent.
Yeah, maybe you can in some matchups now. I remember you used to be able to start E on Leona and go Glacial, and that made your level 1 a lot more playable.
I think she does start E still, because there's not often times to start Q. If you're against a hook champ, I suppose, but...
Ezreal banned away. I think that makes sense. I think Ezreal was a standout pick this game for the side of West Point. They're going to leave ADC the last pick now. That's very rare.
Get themselves Nautilus, though. Take that away. Won't let Kaiwing have his classic Nautilus. Rel and Alistair, Rakan as well, are all champions you wouldn't be surprised to see Kaiwing pick up, and almost certainly will.
Probably just the Rel. Rakan doesn't feel too great into Nautilus.
Yeah, Rel does a good job. You can buffer the Q and against the dredge line, and
if you time it right, you can even he can interrupt your charge, the W, but you can also buffer the hook with your W as the Rel. So it's a more even matchup than the Rakan, who you just throw CC at him and it interrupts everything he's doing, ruins his game.
Xayah.
Oh, Xayah's a great
pick. That's an amazing pick here.
Yeah, it just removes a target for ByLB. Who actually just won't be short on targets this game, at least for the side of West Point. Rumble's always going to be a target. Maokai will still just be squishy.
Yeah, you do have to be careful about going for the Rumble because he oftentimes is a lot tankier than you expect, even if it's just because of his shield, but he builds a lot of health in his items too, and honestly, going forward as LeBlanc into Maokai never feels that amazing.
Yeah, I'm hoping... Oh, it's Zeri.
I would have preferred the Kai'Sa, I think, this game.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa made sense to me just with a Vi on my team.
Yeah, very even matchup into the Xayah. And the combination that you get through Nautilus and Kai'Sa, it's traditionally been Kai'Sa's strongest laner partner.
Yeah.
Just with the amount of upfront burst you can have, but then also the follow-up, because your entire team's going forward. Zeri can do that, but there is a lot of risk in doing that. If you're going forward with Zeri, then you're probably just going to get rooted up by the Twisted Advance and, you know, have a Rumble ult on top of your head. It's not going to feel too good.
Yeah, the one bright spot for Little V is that he mega outranges both these ADCs on the side of Frank, and he also outscales them. So if he gets to a point where he's like even on items, or maybe up an item or half an item on the Lucian and the Xayah, their only interaction with him will be running for their lives. Just too much damage on the Zeri once she gets a couple items online compared to those two champions.
Yeah, it should be hard, though, for her to get ahead, I would have thought, in this game.
Against Xayah Rel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not the most oppressive. It's a very high kill pressure combo, but Nautilus is such a lane monster.
I just don't think anyone should be getting ahead in that role.
Oh, yeah. I get you. Yeah, it's kind of up to
junglers, I guess.
Yeah, it's Kongyue. It's on to Kongyue 116.
Zeri Nautilus definitely more killable than the Xayah Rel.
Yeah, past 6 as well.
Yeah. We'll see if Gemini can make his way down on the Maokai or possibly Kongyue on the Vi.
So we have seen a Xayah, haven't we? Did they go Essence Reaver? I think they went straight Essence Reaver these days.
Yeah, we did see an Essence Reaver Xayah. I think we've seen a few Kraken Slayer Xayahs as well.
Yeah, I think I prefer Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, just more damage. It doesn't feel like the mana's necessary.
Yeah. No presence of mind these days.
Conqueror, though.
Conqueror Xayah. Okay, I've seen Conqueror Zeri, but Conqueror Xayah's a new one.
Yeah, that is...
I'm not surprised some of the lethal tempo ADCs are taking Conqueror now.
Yeah.
Because it feels good in lane phase. It feels good in similar places where lethal tempo felt good. But just, yeah, it's unusual to see on these range champs.
Yeah. I mean, she has a lot of ways to proc it, but... And I guess later on, you're going to be just hitting a Vi, hitting a Cassante. It should be stacked up, but I would have thought maybe a little bit more pressure through press the attack. He feels a little better, but... No, I can't argue against Wako. He's a lot better than I.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see the niche for Conqueror on ADCs when PTA feels like it kind of does the extended trade thing pretty well as well.
Yeah, it does now, right?
Without having to be as extended as a Conqueror trade, because Conqueror doesn't even feel that great until you max it out. And on a range champ, that's just...
It takes a long time.
That is, you've used every spell probably already without your Conqueror fully procced.
We'll tick pause. Hopefully get back into the game shortly. If we getting information on what it was, what is the cause, we will let you know.
Yeah, we had some Frank technical issues last week.
Yeah, I wish I found out. Because
what happened to
Jimmy
in the mid lane?
Oh, we've had word. It's an issue with West Point and one of their headsets.
Oh, I was blaming Frank for no reason.
It's fine. I see some typing. Yeah, I'm seeing some typing. Yijiang locked in as always. Is that Gemini? I think that's Gemini that we see chatting.
Yeah, he's standing in
sure. I got to start learning the layout of the Frank.
Yeah, that was Gemini.
Yeah, right. Press the attack for
Lucian. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, for Lucian, and then first strike for the LeBlanc.
Yep. First strike on the other side on Rumble. As you expect into these tanks, there's the first strike proc for 116.
Yeah,
isn't going to have a great trade. Yeah.
+5 gold all around. Now, how will this mid lane go? I assume it's Lucian favored. Generally, LeBlanc suffers into these AD carries.
Yeah.
Just, you know, she doesn't really get a lot of power until later on.
Yeah, a big advantage for the AD carries, though. Like, champions like the Corki can build a Hex Drinker, but you feel really bad building a Hex Drinker this game. It would just be for the LB. It might still be worth it if you're Pretender. I'm not honestly
Yeah, I don't
sure.
think he'll need it. I think he'll just... Pretender should just be ahead in this lane. Because LeBlanc can't really one-shot you. And so, because she can't one-shot you, if she ever goes forward, you just win an extended trade.
Yep.
Just fall further and further behind, generally.
Yeah, 1-on-6 going to try just keep up via first strike proc.
Yeah, plus, because of the state that this lane ends up in, it becomes a lot easier for Gemini to search for plays around the map. He's obviously going to have a winning top in the Rumble versus Cassante, a winning middle lane for the Lucian, and by the looks of things, even a winning bottom lane. I don't know how Kongyue plays this. Nothing feels worse than just having a bunch of losing lanes. Yeah. Middly, he does want to just sort of hit 6 and then he...
Yeah, you're glad you're on a ganking jungler when that is the case. And as you said, here is Gemini to be annoying. Forces
Smite. So this is a bunch of pings going down on the red buff and it should just be Gemini's.
Yeah, level 3 Vi, not the strongest at contesting this. Gemini is also probably throwing a sapling over that wall to spot him. iWing's here to make 1-on-6. This is life a little more miserable. Yeah, this is going to slow down Vi level 6 so much.
Okay, so... I mean, I don't think that was worth it.
Rella's here. It's going to give a nice reset for Little V, but...
Oh my god. Char9's on his way up, but I'm not sure what for. Just way too late to the play.
Yeah. Kongyue just going to settle for the bot crab here. Isn't too far behind. Also, if you factor in Gemini, has to get back to his bot side real quick because his whole bot side is up.
Gemini just cancelling his support's recall over and over again.
Yeah. Gemini spam pinging his camps, but I don't see how he stops his Raptors being stolen here. Maybe Lucian. He's running straight at his Raptors. Oh. Kongyue could be in trouble.
He's just going for a recall.
He's onto him.
Yeah, a bit of a...
No, and Kongyue just has to base, while Maokai gets to clear his whole bot side now. Pretty nice jungling from Gemini. Good use of all his winning lanes.
Yeah. Barco just happy to 2v1 down bot. He's playing Xayah. Can farm from afar with those feather daggers. Oh, this is a lane position.
Yeah, this doesn't look great for you.
Oh...
Wave is coming to him now, so he should be okay. He has TP as well. Maybe just has to use it sooner rather than later, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Laning against Rumble. What a joyous time.
Receiving a Turbo Shock Rockets. Nice Q poke from Pretender.
Yeah, that's insane. This guy.
Very clean on the Lucian so far. 1-on-6 doing a really good job just keeping up in farm, though. Might even be ahead in gold if he's got enough first strike procs. Oh, Ryu has just TP'd back to lane. Jiang hasn't used his TP yet. I think Ryu is just fighting a little too hard for these creeps right now.
Yeah, I think
just needs to wait for the
here,
wave.
Push this in, recall, get a haunting guys. I imagine he probably has enough gold for, and this top lane is going to be looking quite rough.
Young is level 6, so isn't no rush to TP. You kind of have a get out of lane state free card with the Rumble ulti whenever you want to fix your lane, push a wave, recall, whatever you want to do.
Wow, okay, Cullen coming through. 1-on-6, very low, but won't be going down.
No TP on 1-1-6. Has to get out of here too because Gemini is here. So both solo laners for Frank hitting 6 first. There's Ryu getting his.
Would have kind of liked to have seen Gemini just help push this wave in a little quicker, maybe. Although if he gets the Void Grubs, then that's probably worth more.
Yep. Cha's actually here, and he's going to be up a lot of XP on this Nautilus. I wonder if they can turn that into a dragon for West Point.
Yeah, Kongyue's starting it up. It should be theirs. 1-on-6 here. Just going to try and get a bit of a... Oh, okay, Cullen coming through. 1-on-6. Very low, but won't be going down. No TP on 1-1-6. Has to get out of here too because Gemini is here. So both solo laners for Frank hitting 6 first. There's Ryu getting his.
Yep.
Kongyue's starting it up. It should be theirs. realizing that the Void Grubs are being done, so taking the objective on the other side.
Yep, Gemini, we'll see what he has to say about this, though. He doesn't hit 6, luckily, for West Point. So it looks like they will just get the dragon. You still suffering.
Yeah, Haunting Eyes, right roll.
Yeah, the wave is in a very worrying position for him. And he is going to need his jungler to bail him out, but his jungler needs to do some camps at level 6. So we are going to sacrifice Cassante for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of sacrificed Cassante by... Oh!
Gemini, too deep.
That could have been scary if 116 was quick enough to mimic the distortion and go
jump
his
further
tower.
into tower. That was very scary. If members of West Point were around as well. Hongyue needs to just go stand in bot lane even, and he gets level 6. One creep will do it. Oh, there's Gemini 6. Hongyue doesn't realize the urgency, maybe. He needs to get level 6. Frank, looks like they just won't pull the trigger. And this is not how you want your early game to look like if you're LB. You kind of want to be the one applying pressure at this point in the game, especially. As we get into mid-game now. Yeah, this has been frozen for a while. And Ryu has taken a full base, healed to full. I don't think he can break this freeze still. He just has to all in the Rumble, right? But I'm not sure he actually wins.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he loses.
Oh, nice hook lands.
Okay, Crash Down is going to unfortunately go wide as the Lightning Crash comes out of Lil V. Rooted up. Somehow that hits both of them. The most illegal double root of all time. And double root into potential double kill as Waku picks up first and second blood.
Oh, what a tragedy. Also, West Point's bot lane so close to level 6 there on the Nautilus. Could have maybe waited for it. They had a big XP advantage in support. Instead, 2 kills go to Wako.
Lil V got robbed. How did he get snared?
Yeah, that was very, very strange looking. Probably just an overcommitment onto the Rel anyway, but he continued walking.
Yeah, but even then, he is almost directly behind Nautilus.
Yeah. Had to just wait a second, Little V, and then walk.
Double kill now to Wako on this Xayah.
Ryu's finally
he's
got
allowed
the
minions.
wave.
Char's even coming up here. Maybe we're looking for something aggressive onto this Rumble.
Yeah, good time to kill the Rumble if you can do it.
Oh no. Gemini is going to spot a random Nautilus there. He looks for the Hex Flash and he's got a red carpet now as the Aftershock's going to deny quite a bit of damage. Gemini though is completely fine. All out's going to come through. And here we have a 3v2, but Kaiwing and Pretender are on their way. No one's gone down just yet. The flash, the stun, the culling does get cancelled. It's a 1 for 2 as things stand, but Kongyue's got nowhere to go. And it's gone from bad to worse as 3 kills are picked up for Frank for just the 1 on West Point.
Yeah, and there's the problem with having an LB under her tower the whole game. Pretender is just able to show up early to this fight and absolutely clean it up. It was looking pretty close already. Just in the 3v2. But once Kaiwing and Pretender get here, this fight is just immediately over.
Char is just sitting.
Yeah, Cha also had the option to just hook away. And the fight there. Managed to down some map for Kaiwing. To follow up. Another 2 kills go the way. Right?
Also, is that I thought Pretender might have got knocked up and cancelled, but he just
maybe double pressed her.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, some productivity here from West Point, looking for this red buff. It should be theirs. Void Grub's going to be the option here for Gemini. I'm pretty sure you're going to be very happy with that trade if you are Frank.
Yeah, Kongyue's got to find a way to link up with this LB.
All right, let's hope this Rel can't 2v1. Just Crash Down, gets himself back to safety, but there's going to be these 6 Void Grubs in total for Frank.
Yeah, that's going to be very annoying in the side lanes later against Lucian Rumble. And even just for now, a lot of chip damage on these towers. Plate's still up for 3 minutes. Oh, chain lands. Kongyue was there too, but...
Yeah, but Gemini's just sitting in mid lane.
Yeah.
116 already used Distortion. Landed the chain on the way back, so wasn't really any follow-up damage.
Oh, Rumble has Leandri's now.
Yeah, he had that after the double kill. This is a torturous top lane.
Yeah. Almost down to half of Jiang's CS now is Ryu. And it's not going to get any better. Because eventually he has to start building armor in this game.
Oh, okay. Wenglei's here. Jiang getting a little bit too forward. Oh, Jiang, he's trying to get away. Pathmaker, flash forward. Natofu strikes. Is going to require some heroics to get out, and heroics there will not be. It's going to be a shutdown picked up for Ryu.
Yeah, they end up getting his flash out of the Rumble too.
A little bit of miscommunication. I feel like that all-out probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, or it could have just been in the opposite direction. It doesn't go over the wall and look cool, but it does push him into the tower.
Yeah, and also just kept him closer to Kongyue, right?
Yeah.
But
I think
either way, they got the shutdown.
He was worried about Rumble just flashing out over the wall and just being out, I think.
Maybe. In any case, they did manage to pick that up. It was a shutdown, and
yeah, much needed
gold onto Ryu's Cassante here, although he still will be suffering up in the top lane. It is something.
1-6 managed to get some kind of priority in the middle lane and take a plate for himself. Finally some gold into this LB, who hopefully you have to pray has her mythic. Yeah. So 1-1-6 and Kongyue. This is, sorry, legendary item. This is their chance now to impact the map. Relative to the rest of the game, this is probably the biggest gap they will have in this game, down this much gold as well, 4k gold. Their relative power is very high right now in mid-jungle.
Yeah. I think the problem is the power for everyone on Frank is just so high.
Yeah, they're just behind, very
somehow
behind.
Stall out this game, but it does...
Gemini could be out of position here.
Yeah, maybe, but he is a Maokai, so it's advanced forward. We have found everyone.
Very out of position.
Nature's Grasp should be coming through. There's a bunch of CC down, and in comes Kaiwing, in comes Wako. Out of position, you may have thought, but Pretender might be the one going down first. As Vault Breaker used here from Kongyue to try and get him out of harm's way. Featherstorm is going to give that kill over to Wako, as Kongyue will be taken down. It took a lot, but eventually they were able to find him.
Yeah, it's a very close fight, and Kongyue didn't even get a chance to ulti. I wonder if that would have changed the fight, if he could have ulted onto Gemini's Maokai or something. That might have been a trade kill. Maybe he did use it and it's bugged. We'll have a look. He starts with a Q on the Kaiwing. Here immediately, already he could be ulting Gemini, I think. Or even here, I think he could ult Illusion as well, and he's definitely dead. But Kongyue just got dizzy in this fight, I think. Oh, his ulti wasn't up. It was just coming up during the fight.
Two did use a top on the top play.
Yeah, very unfortunate timing for West Point to run into a fight there.
A lot of members around Jiang. He's going to have to play carefully.
It's dead to me.
I don't think he's careful enough. Yeah, a lot of people on him. Going to put down that red carpet from the equalizer and do a bit of damage back, but not all that much.
Yeah, gets the wave.
Yeah. And the rest of his team taking this Rift Shield. Very bold of West Point to go for that play, considering the entirety of Frank were topside. But they managed to find the timing to make it work.
Yeah, the game feels like it's in a weird state now where the ultimates for each team are just out of sync, but very important. Like the Maokai ult versus Vi ulti are just out of sync. So these teams are finding these very short windows to force when the enemy team can't even really fight back. Yeah, quietly scaling away is Lilby in this game, but Wako is not quietly scaling.
Yeah, 3-0. What's he going to build, I reckon? Yeah, Kongyue going to be found knocked up. A lot of CC coming through. Massive Magnet Storm and the Featherstorm as well to boot. 1-6 though, he's found himself on a flank. Nice chain landing here onto Kaiwing on that rel. Hook as well, but Wako's got the Featherstorm. The rip back is huge. Only just will Lilby survive, but the same cannot be said for Char 9. It's the trade of supports, all things said and done. But a bunch of teleports used and very low health bars for West Point.
Yeah, West Point had to commit 2 TPs just to get the 1-for-1 there, and they might lose 2 towers mid even. No TP for 1-1-6, as we just said. Can they stop? I think the second Herald crashes, but maybe it's a stretch to get the tower.
Oh, okay, no, we
Gemini's got places to be. People to see. Bot towers to take.
Oh,
he missed it.
Oh, that was so close.
So close to glory.
Well, at least we know who does not have their forklift license.
Yeah, Feng was the person who did this originally, right?
I think so. Last split, he hit like the crazy 360 no scope Rift Herald. Pretender going to get himself a tower up that top side. Took about 5 tower shots as well.
Wako found a low, no ulti.
Yeah, the rest of his team's there. We'll have a red buff for himself now, as we shouldn't be fighting just yet. Let Jiang push on out that top wave. It is a dragon though. Hextech Soul. It'll be dragon number 2 for West Point.
Yeah, West Point straight on it.
As well. But yeah, started up early.
Jiang not TPing yet.
There it comes. Here comes the teleport. Char might just be caught out before his team can really do anything. But it's a really, really nice engage coming through from West Point. But still not quite enough. They do manage to take out Wako. But that's just one of the 2 AD carries. This Pretender's got all the damage you even need. So does Jiang. There's a double kill there for this Rumble. Only 116 does survive, but it's going to be the Dragon and the teamfight win for Frank.
They actually find an incredibly clean engage onto Wako. Kongyue does, before Wako can get the Xayah ulti out, but the rest of these Frank members just look too fed. Little V ends up going down because of how far he has to extend to get onto this Xayah. And yeah, this was a really nice go by Kongyue, very clean. Actually catches Wako, but Little V has to commit so hard to kill him that he just goes down to Pretender and a sapling here.
Yeah, I don't even really know what happened, but everyone on Frank just disintegrated. Just at once.
Yeah.
Almost in the time that Wako was knocked up, everyone had died.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing it's this Rumble.
Probably, yeah, most likely. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that confirms it.
Rumble and Pretender doing the heavy lifting in that team fight.
Yeah, LBE up to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, does feel like a rough game for LB. I think just, you know, seeing Tristana and Corky banned, you're like, wow, I can get myself a LeBlanc game. Frank definitely trying to show you that's not correct. Nice damage
Decent
coming
chunk.
out there.
Yeah, especially if the chain lands there, that's a massive chunk. So he's getting there on the LB, but you pretty much have to be at the point where QRE just one-shots on LB for you to have had a successful early game. And that still feels very far away for 1116.
Yeah, that does feel very far away, but what isn't is the Baron buff, which is spawning in 35 seconds. 280 carries on the side of Frank means that if they get any time alone with it, the purple worm will be getting absolutely blown up.
I don't like the Runans from Little V here.
Oh, okay, we've connected at the very end, and oh my god,
Lord.
Yep. Well, try as you might, there's absolutely no way out.
And the timing on this pick, just 15 seconds before Baron, this might actually give Frank a window to do the Baron.
Possibly. Now, there's no Magnet Storm and there's no Nature's Grasp, so I don't think they'll be confident enough to pull the trigger in a 4v5, missing 2 of your biggest teamfight ultimates.
Yeah, okay. Ultimately, if they get nothing out of the kill, it's fine for West Point.
Just making Kongyue's KDA bad.
Yeah.
Also, a bit of trolling there done by West Point. Picked up the red buff about 2 seconds before we hit the 20-minute mark.
Team-wide buff?
Yeah.
That's it.
I think that's actually more important than, you know, people take it for. Just a bunch of good stats to get from the red buff.
Yeah. I agree. Just slows on autos for your whole team is pretty good at feeling too.
Health regen. A lot of good stuff. But, in any case, Lil V has it, so he'll have the slows on his autos.
I just want to go back to the Runans on Little V. It doesn't make any sense to me. There are 3 melee champions on the enemy team, but that isn't really your goal to kill those guys.
What would you go?
Probably just BT into IE or something. Just acknowledging that I'm spending this game face tanking Xayah, Lucian, Rumble, and just trying to out-damage them.
Yeah, maybe. I think BT second's not that good. You just don't have the damage The reason why champs like Misfortune get away with it is just the W amplification.
Frank setting something up. Cha.
Cha slowed up by a sapling.
Oh, just forced the flash. Doesn't go for the Q. And Frank any second now can hit the spare, and then that is what's stressing West Point out. A lot of pings. Engage.
Oh my god, the flash, the engage, it's perfect. And Frank, just like that, absolutely destroy 116 and Char 9.
Yeah, in a blink of an eye, they're both gone. Frank are patient and don't jump on Cha the first time they see him. They get his flash off of him, and then Highwing finds an even better go.
Oh, we saw it last week. We saw Gemini. He was able to get in that pit and steal the Baron, but Kongyue, getting seen by the sapling, is going to choose to not go for it. Baron buff now, 22 minutes in, secured by Frank Esports. They're 10k gold ahead. And they are looking good to take at least game number 1 here.
Yeah, third item completed for Wako now, because Cassante has a chain vest to try deal with the 3 items Zaya. So he is going to die very, very quickly. Getting pretty close to a Flame Horizon in the top lane.
Yeah, dangerously close. Oh, Cha. Hex flashing away from these teleporting in members of Frank. Pretender 404 having a great game for himself on the Lucian.
Yeah, all game. Putting pressure mid, and then...
This is what he was practicing his AD carry last split for.
Ah, yeah. All right, Varus mid next.
He foresaw the future and realized, you know what, next split, AD carry mids. Let me get a few reps in early. I mean, there's no wave clear at all for this West Point side. So even though the waves are very far from being synced, as Gemini finds a 3-man Nature's Grasp, and it's just dismantling the side of West Point. Lil V and 116 will remain alive, but how long for? Lil V, Lightning Crash, trying to find the damage here onto Pretender, but Relentless Pursuit gets him well out of harm's way. And now it's West Point with only 2 members, both their carries. Yes, they survived, but they've got to try and defend their base. It's 24 minutes in, and Frank just want to get it over and done with.
Lil almost dies in his fountain to Rumble, but that should be Frank taking the game.
Yeah, won't be able to go down, and some final attempts at Lil V's life will not be able to take him, but it is Frank in a very decisive and convincing fashion taking game number 1. Looking for better form than last week, I'd say.
Yeah, 3 winning lanes, and Gemini played that matchup immaculately. Got an advantage immediately. And then the game was just really impossible for West Point to play.
Yeah. I think Frank may have done a bit of drafting kingdom.
Yeah.
Because one thing we didn't really touch on earlier on until we were already in the game was the fact that it was just 3 winning lanes, right? You've picked the Rumble blind and got a Cassante, and then they've picked the LeBlanc, you've picked the Lucian. That's 2 winning lanes already, and that's only in your first 3 picks.
Yeah.
You then get what's Zaya into Rel, which I didn't think was necessarily a winning lane. Felt pretty even to me. But at least for the early stage of that game, it was Wako and Kaiwing with the push down the bottom side.
Yeah,
it just meant Gemini could do whatever he wanted. And top mid, they just had Prio the entire game. So it felt like it got out of hand really quick. Especially because Kaiwing was just freed up to roam. He was at the enemy red buff, level 2, as the Rel. When you free up this guy on any of these engaged supports, you know it's going to be one hell of a game, and he proved it yet again.
Yeah, and it really messed up Kongyue's pathing this game. You need to get level 6 ASAP. On the Vi, and then probably connect with your LB. But because his game got messed up on the Vi, it also messed up 1116's game on the LB, who wants to, you know, get to level 6 safely and then start trying to kill the Lucian. But Vi took so long because of how many camps she was denied this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, there were some individual mistakes, like small mechanical misplays. There were kills in the early game skirmishes where it should be Frank just getting 1 kill, they end up with 2, or just a flash, but they end up getting a kill and a flash. That those small mistakes just kind of snowballed away from West Point in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, seemed to me like the 2 comps is sort of like whatever team gets ahead probably is going to remain ahead. You know, just that's often what happens when you have champs like LeBlanc and Lucian in your game, especially in the mid lane.
Yeah, but one team has 3 winning lanes.
Yeah, and so because you have one team of 3 winning lanes, and not only that, Gemini pathing to complement the 3 winning lanes just kind of meant the game felt like it was ending on the spot. The only trades that really came through during that entire game was when Void Grubs were being taken. The first set, we got a dragon, and other than that, there wasn't a whole lot of trades. We sent 3 people top, killed Jiang that one time, but we gave over the Rift Herald, which, you know, garnered the side of Frank Esports a tower. Almost 2 of a bit of a sharp corner was taken there by Gemini in the bottom lane. But yeah, I think it was just get ahead, stayed ahead, and really well done by Frank. Looking a lot stronger than they did last week up against DCG. But I do want to ask you, who do you think will get the player of the game for this game? Because I have no idea. I think it probably should be Pretender or Waka.
Yeah, I was thinking Pretender too. Kaiwing had a great game.
Yeah.
Just landing really decisive engages constantly. I liked that Pretender just was winning his lane from level 1 till the end of this game. And was just more impact than the LB the entire game.
Yeah, this is such a decisive
this
engage
was a
from
fight.
Konuei.
Yeah, this fight looked so good, but look at 116 just CC'd on top of Rumble ult by Kaiwing. That entire fight, Little V is just getting beat up by Pretender. Yeah, they kind of lose 3 people just to take out the Xayah.
Yeah, this is a bit of a fake damage thing. It was just a Rumble hitting a Cassante all game. But
yeah, no, team fights never really felt like they broke out. This game, there were a couple of team fights.
Yeah.
But the game was just decided long before that point. As it often is with an LB and a bye in the game.
The game-winning team fight kind of was when we just got double flash and immediately took down 116 and Char 9 randomly out of the Baron pit. From nowhere, out of nowhere, just one-shot 2 of them.
Yeah.
That was kind of the game-ending fight, if you will. 100% KP for both Kaiwing and Gemini. They were just roaming the map together largely.
Yeah, Pretender, good game. Most kills.
Yep, solid game for him.
But Jiang also, as expected. Not someone we think of Rumble immediately when we see him, but Gemini does get the MVP.
Yeah.
Played extremely well with his 3 winning lanes, so can't fault him.
Yep. It is a lot easier to play very well with 3 winning lanes, but still very well deserved. At the end there, he had got a 3-man ult into the 3-man Maokai Q, which is not often you get to see.
That much AoE coming out of the Maokai.
Bramble Smash, just a 3-man, and also he was just so far ahead, it was actually doing substantial amounts of damage as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, just well played by all of Frank. I mean, if they continue like
100%
this...
100% KP.
Yeah, him and Kaiwing.
In a stomp is pretty impressive.
For sure. Should be him and... I mean, sorry. This is what I was talking about, when they're just 2-man... Is it?
Yeah, so this is a Kaiwing highlight.
See them, they both
IMO.
just die.
Yeah. Yeah, IMO, this is a Kaiwing highlight, but we'll give it to old mate Gemini.
Just gone.
Yeah, and Baron's gone. Well, what are you supposed to do now?
Yeah, that
Just
game's kind of over at this point. Especially with a Maokai. Those moments when you're so far behind so early on and that you're against a Maokai of Baron, eventually he just presses R at your tower and you have to give it up, otherwise you're getting dove and die.
Yeah, it's a tower every minute or so. Maokai ulti is up.
Yeah, and when you don't have many towers left, well, that means it's pretty much just your Nexus. And
yeah.
It sure was. It sure was. I mean, Frank, last week to this week, looking a whole lot stronger. They still got to get it done, admittedly. I do believe they started their series against DCG up 1-0 until they did fall 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to a break now. Once we're back, we'll see if they can keep going and manage to get their series win now, or if we'll go to a second and a third game afterwards.
客和赎会，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。 阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷月下顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number one. All Frank, really. Nothing coming out of West Point's camp, at least for the first game of our series. And we'll see if they can bounce back here. They do choose the blue side, and we are going to have Jimmy in for Frank to see if, I mean, you can continue the same strength, I suppose. You don't really need to change up much if you're Frank.
Yeah, I guess you got nothing to lose, really. Keep both mid laners sharp and keep your potential stronger opponents later in the tournaments guessing as to who you'll actually play. Frank can probably do this the entire way through the second round robin. Jimmy and it's not like they're sandbagging, putting in either mid in. We're not really sure either. I'm sure they have ideas about which mid they feel more confident playing. But as long as they keep us guessing, the rest of the teams are probably also guessing.
Yeah. Here is on your screen. The man himself.
Yeah, Jimmy may be the stronger individual player than Pretender, but Pretender seems to fit the team just a little bit better. Same deal last split, really.
Yeah.
Even more so this split, I think, with Wako on the team.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, last game, though, Pretender had one of the best mid lanes.
Yeah, just individual performances. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Faultless, really. Outroamed his opponent, got counterpicked, destroyed his lane. He didn't destroy his lane, right? He was equal in CS, but LB is a laner. She's an early game champ.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, going even, but having no lane priority is not really going even at all.
Yeah, it's great if you're on his ear.
Yeah, yeah.
You did a great job on ASOL, but not on LB.
For sure. See what 116 has in store for us for game number 2. I mean,
biggest change I want to see really is just, I mean, they're blue side this time, West Point, so Rumble won't be as big of a problem on the blue side, but your answer to Rumble, the strongest pick in the game right now, can't be a 5 CS per minute, because aren't they?
Yeah, it's probably just got to be a ban the Rumble.
Yeah. At least try the Twisted Fate or the Cannon into it if you're going to leave it open. Ryu has the game on the Cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, from memory, it was a pretty decent.
Yeah, I think he destroyed J-Team.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Aja who destroyed someone with Cannon. I remember the Rabadon's second Cannon running into people. Yeah, I'm remembering Ryu's Cannon. It was a different Cannon, much lower damage. Maokai banned away by West Point. Gemini, probably our only player who can draw a Maokai ban at this point.
And you're forgetting Godtone.
Oh yeah,
I'll let it slide one time.
Godtone may as well be up against Godtone with the Sejuani Maokai ban. Diego, Tristana, Corki were Frank's bans last time around.
Take away one of those utility 80 carries in the Ashe.
So this time West Point left the Senna up. Frank take away the Rumble. So based off West Point's priorities, Senna makes sense here. what they prioritized last game anyway.
Oh, we've seen this. We've seen this before.
Yeah,
this was a Kennen, and it was Arja, and he just destroyed Driver with it.
Yep, you can also destroy it with a TF. We've seen that too.
Wait, no, yes, it was TF. It was TF, not the Kennen. The Kennen was into Gangplank. Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
It was Arja's Twisted Fate into Driver's Renekton.
Yeah, I really like the Lucian blind as well. It's going mid, but it means you can't pick Quirky now. So you have to find something else to play into this Lucian.
Yep. Gemini, very comfortable on the brand, playing it before it was cool.
Severely nerfed on this patch. His first clear is abysmal on brand, especially the first couple of camps. But past first clear, it's an AP jungler, and he starts just one-shotting the whole map.
Yeah, it feels okay once you get Fated Ashes.
Oh, Nidalee Leona is an insane lock-in here.
Yeah, also the Renekton already. So we do have setup for this Nidalee.
Yeah, this should just be Nidalee Leona, in my eyes.
In fairness, wouldn't hate just seeing a Zyra. I think it is just the stronger champ, but...
Yeah. I also was thinking about the Ezreal. I don't hate it, but Leona just stands out as so much better into something like the brand than any other support. But Little V very strong on the Ezreal, might be worth prioritizing for him.
No, I think Kaiwing should just take the Leona now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Or, yeah, okay. This also makes sense. Give Jiang a match into Renekton that, you know, fairly even.
Yeah, might be resilient to the Renekton Nidalee dives as well. Pretty telegraphed that Renekton's going to just walk up and W you. You can press E and mess up their plan. Does have to play the lane well. If you're low enough on the Jax, you're getting dived.
Yeah. Admittedly, the lane for Jax is generally winning.
Yeah, first few levels especially, right? So it should be really difficult to set up a dive.
Yeah, at least until 6. And at 6, it's only when your ult's popped as the Renekton that you are winning it.
Yeah.
You kind of come into your own in mid-game.
Yeah, is a skill matchup.
For sure.
Still, at the end of the day.
Yep. Counterplay for both sides.
Leona banned away from Frank, I think, is very intelligent. Senna banned away from West Point.
I think it's... I mean, they could have just picked Leona out of...
Yeah. Honestly, I don't understand the Senna bans too much against Frank. It doesn't stick out as a Wako champ and doesn't stick out as a Kaiwing playstyle. Kaiwing does better when he's unleashed from the lane level 2 and gets thrown around.
Yeah, I'd much rather have Wako roaming against me than Kaiwing.
Yeah. Especially if Wako's going to be on a Senna versus Kaiwing on his usual melee support shenanigan. Last ban now for West Point should be an ADC. Zeri is usually the go-to into Ezreal, so it could be a good ban here.
Let's have a look. Rel
instead.
Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus should just be insta-locked for Frank, and then maybe it's an Ali star in response to West Point.
Rakan.
Yeah. Alistair just feels like he maybe has better interactions, but Rakan's going to be a lot more useful at shutting down this brand. Because Ali's not going to do anything similar to what a Leona was doing.
Yeah.
Zeri was left open, so going to be taken away by Frank. Seems like the obvious pick to me, and they're going to leave support for last pick. There is a cheeky brand support angle available, but they would have to pick probably Braum exactly for the brand to ever go support. Not a terrible Braum game.
Yeah, it isn't.
Between you and me. Must be the Nautilus.
Yeah. Just a classic pick, really.
Yeah, I like the Nautilus. I'm surprised it wasn't denied by Frank. Maybe some matchup they're avoiding. We'll get to see it, probably.
Yeah, maybe just respecting that Ezreal could and probably will go mid. And so getting their choice of AD carry.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Mid lane could also just be Hui.
Yep.
Kaisa locked in, and we still kind of don't know who's mid.
It should be Ezreal. Only Kriskada plays the Kaisa.
Now, Kaiwing gets to pick a support.
I mean, he did play Kaisa into the Lucian, Kriskada, against Frank.
Yeah. And 116 has been kind of stealing these counter picks from Kriskada. the split. Nice Braum lock-in.
Yeah, Braum, really good.
Insane Braum game. Yep. Nope. Mind insane Rakan game.
It's also pretty good for Rakan this game too. A lot of backliners, you like to get access, and Rakan, one of the best supports at getting access to an opposing team backline, as well as, you know, your team half wants to go forward, but half likes to kite back, and Rakan's probably the most capable of doing that for all these engaged supports.
Yeah, very versatile support. It's why it was so popular in Pro for so long. You could just pick it if you're going to front to back, if you're going to dive, if you're going to... Kai'Sa is the same deal. If you're going to poke front to back, whatever you want to do, dive, Kai'Sa's just going to slot into your comp, just like she does this comp. She can switch between poking with Ezreal Nidalee and all-inning with Nautilus Renekton. And that's why it just feels so good in a competitive environment to pick these champs. Because you can even go into a game planning to play it out one way and just circumstances change how it has to be played. And it feels great to be a Kai'Sa. Or whatever the first champ we were talking about. Rakan. Yeah. Because of the versatility.
So, Frank, they do lead 1-0. They've put in Jimmy in here for game number 2 over Pretender. Weren't able to get it done from this point against DCG. They were at this exact point against DCG, PSG, and CFO, I think. I think they were actually up a game.
One of them, they won the second game.
Oh, that was PSG.
I think it was PSG, yeah.
PSG, they won game 2. You're right.
I will say about their first game against DCG, which they won, there were a lot more promising signs out of DCG than we saw out of West Point.
Yep.
DCG actually made that game quite difficult for Frank to finish off. You know, ignoring drafts and everything. Just a bit more resilient from behind were DCG. And different kinds of mistakes made by DCG. It felt like DCG would get proactive, get over aggressive, and get punished, whereas West Point kind of just got set up on and destroyed in that game 1. And if you give Frank time to set up their plays, they will just destroy you as they did in the previous game.
Yeah.
So we want to see Chad maybe try and match the pace of Kaiwing.
Yeah, no, I don't even think you can. Like, there's just so much to learn to be able to match the pace of Kaiwing, I feel. As there are a lot of pings. A lot of pings. All right, let's see.
Yeah, who's got a suspicious summoner?
Which jungler does not have smite? No, that's not the case.
Someone's missing cleanse. Who should have it? No. Maybe Xayah. Oh, maybe Kai'Sa should have cleanse.
Keystones all seem normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're spam pinging. Maybe the Conqueror on brand?
Yeah, that is a bizarre keystone you'd never see. And we'll see how Kongyue tries to punish this brand first clear. Because it is very punishable. You will see how slowly brand clears these camps. It will not be, you know, a 3-minute clear like some of these other AP junglers can do. Jiang, very, very far up in this lane. Does win the level 1 trade. The E start against the Renekton. Wholesome top lane action.
Yeah, we've seen that not end up wholesome a couple times.
Yeah.
Q start for you, not typical in this matchup.
You see why. I don't wish you just had the E, maybe even the W. There would have been a better trade, but win some HP back now with this Q spam. So Jiang's got his E up soon. Take a very good trade for himself too. He's gonna get level 2 soon.
Yeah, and this is the problem with the Q start. You do a little bit more damage to Jiang, but you take a lot more damage. And
yeah, and he stands on top of you with E on the Jax, right? And kind of just a sitting duck, but now as you get level 2 on the Renekton, you can just jump out of the counter-strike. Not like that, though. Ryu takes almost another grasp proc. And at least the lane is pushing back to this Renekton. There's one thing you can say for Ryu. I hope. She can't tell, but I think it is pushing to him.
He's looking for a recall and teleport back.
Yeah, very early for that. But you do what you have to get by these early levels.
Looks like he's going to cancel it. But it is, I mean, not the worst idea. We criticize Rallier a lot for ruining his own lane state and then not just admitting you need to recall. Yeah, Char9's here, but...
Somehow Gemini is too. Just catches him crossing.
Yeah, and also 116 has no mana.
Yeah, see, Gemini had to skip a camp to be here on time, whereas Kongyue has killed his entire jungle and is still on time for this grab. So already, slight camp edge for Kongyue, who didn't invade or anything to try punish the early game brand. Just get off to a very quick early recall. Gemini has to go clear up his Gromp. And then his Wolves will be up soon. He needs 800 gold for his base. We'll have it once he kills this Gromp. And probably recalls. He has to just reset back to Wolves, though, which doesn't feel that amazing. No, he's going to do the Wolves now.
Got an Alcove Gaming, it looks like.
Yeah, some trading.
Up.
Oh, 1-on-6.
Okay, Arcane Shift is going to be good enough. As heal was used by Kaiwing. Not the most impactful, though.
Yeah.
As you don't really expect to have to use that in the near future anyway.
Yeah, Kaiwing's roam a lot more impactful than Char's, just because of the jungle presence. At an unfortunate timing when Char did show up.
Yeah, and 116 has already used teleport, so this is really impactful.
Yeah, he'll lose this cannon at least. Luckily, it is a cannon wave. I think he'll get most of this. It's just the cannon he'll be sad about. And Ryu looks like he successfully bounced his wave. Is down a lot of CS.
Yeah.
Once this all gets farmed up by Jiang, but
has
survived at least.
Middle's down a lot of CS too.
Yeah, the Ezreal counterpick not looking too amazing to the Lucian. Kongyue farming very well, though. Does need to make his presence known sooner rather than later, it feels like, especially in this top lane matchup. And both Frank mid laners have been so precise with these Lucian Qs. Cha is going to try a classic gank from the top side. And he's just going to be too late to interrupt these Raptors. That is very unfortunate for West Point. Gemini gets to get out of there scot-free.
Yeah. Maybe even heading down now to the Dragon. Yeah, as Jiang taking aggressive trades.
Yeah, has to be careful trading too much with Nidalee up here.
Yeah, definitely. He should realize he's on the weak side.
Yeah,
maybe feeling confident because he has that level advantage for now. And honestly, maybe that's enough to mean that he will win the 2v1.
Yeah, it could be, especially with this big of a wave. Hard for Nidalee to play into. Frank going to be uncontested picking up this Dragon.
Yeah, Void Grubs should be picked up, though.
They may not be, though. Kaiwing and Gemini running straight up. Mid-prio as well. Yeah, 1-on-6 tries to trade back as best as he can, but Kongyue just has to get off.
Nice, so. Yeah, Frank, get themselves the Dragon and gonna get themselves at least one of these Void Grubs as well. Kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah, very good for Frank. Cha's here. Ryu is out of position.
Ryu's getting jumped on. He does have the dominance available to himself.
He can turn, though. Yeah. Yeah, has his team coming, and that is not an easy Renekton to kill. Here comes Cha.
Okay, we're 3v3 laning top.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are down. Down for this fight. Have to go on the brand if you play this.
Yeah, level advantage for Kaiwing, but no level 6 for Gemini as well. Hook does go wide.
Bit of a standoff here in the top lane.
I want to see Gemini's XP. If he's close to level 6, he could get in this bush, and that could be a turning factor.
Looks like he just backed off. He must not be close.
Yeah, and ultimately, there's no real threat on Jiang as long as he doesn't play too aggressively with this wave, and he's not going to do so.
Yeah, 1-1-6 eats some more Lucian Q-poke. Jimmy winning this lane so hard, he can block Ezreal Qs to deny the cannon, forces 1-1-6 to E in to grab the cannon. So Ezreal suffering.
Yeah.
Severely in this matchup so far.
Yeah, down a non-trivial amount of CS too.
Yeah, I'm going to catch it up a little bit, but yeah. Only bot lane really doing fine. And
yeah, meanwhile, so AD carries just 1v1ing.
Yeah, just 1v1 farming against each other. Little freeze for Wako won't amount to much. Because Lovi is already back here. Lovi maybe recognizing better than Wako how quiet bot lane would be and grabbing a call. You no luck getting out of that counter-strike. Get jumped on here and chunked some more. And speaking of being down a non-trivial amount of CS, bot lane, top lane certainly is.
Both solo laners having a great time. All three solo laners for Frank.
Yeah, that is the expected interaction between the Renekton E and the Jax E.
Yeah, we got to see it once. I'll take it.
Wako just straight
Wako
in.
going forward, yeah. No level 6 here on Char's Nautilus. Oh, the nice flash with that quickness, and the Grand Entrance is going to land onto both bot laners of West Point, but not got the damage just yet to finish off these kills. Pyroclasm as well is on cooldown.
Yeah, no one's coming though.
Yeah, there is no saving this Kai'Sa. No sums, no ultimate, slowed even. Wako not going to be the one to claim that kill. In fact, it's going to be Gemini on the other side. We're looking for a turnaround as well. Flash done. Jung trying to answer back, does go forward and will hit that counter strike. Kongwei getting very low, as will Ryu, and the true shot barrage from 116. Almost taking down this Jax. It's not going to take much more. He should be able to find this Jung kill very shortly, and there it will be.
Yeah, little bit messy. Both had to commit their flash because Kongwei used his Q on the Jax counter strike. The Cougar form bite. But yeah, they get the kill. That's what you needed to do on the top side. Top CS immediately, evens out. And maybe you even find Renekton. Yeah, just Nidalee Q on the counter-strike here. Kind of griefs the play by Kongwei. Then he jumps in without his Q. Making this take a little longer than it needs to, but maybe they both have to flash either way.
Yeah, I wonder if this kill even happens if not for the true shot barrage.
Yeah, it looks very dicey.
Perhaps 116 salvaging that top dive.
Yeah, and if Ryu can get his Eclipse with a decent bit of time in a decent game state, he can actually begin.
I think he's going Black Cleaver.
To pressure this lane. I hate that.
In fact, I'm certain he's going Black Cleaver because those
really
components build into
right?
Black Cleaver.
It doesn't feel right. That doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of tanks. It is a bit weird. But that is what he's building. Jimmy in and 116 trading, and this time it looks like 116 getting the better end of it. But
yeah.
Frank getting the better end of the objective trade as they pick up 2. Won't get the 3rd, but quickness, Grand Entrance again here from Kaiwing. The Jet charge does come through to answer. Jimmy in very low, dodges out at least one Mystic shot, and now a stun comes through. Char 9 is in absolutely no man's land as he will be taken out. Jung as well, trying to look for a kill here onto Ryu, does get hit by a spear here from Kongwei. Watch out, yeah, Ryu with that dominance up and available for himself. Gemini realizing he needs to come and assist his top laner. In fact, maybe we're going aggressive. Jung, counter-strike, it's a nice slice.
Yeah, nice discipline from Ryu, not pushing ult or panicking there, just walks on out. Ruby is quietly just falling behind in the 1v1 here against Wako.
Yeah, just that one death.
Yeah, constantly having to recall. Maybe has a static shift now. Hasn't finished his call though.
Now Jung, he's the one under pressure.
Yeah.
But with wards out and...
Yeah, has to just back off his tower here. There is demolish on this Renekton, so if tower's low, Child's still looking.
Yeah, Kaiwing's coming up. Spear will go wide.
There's another play over to this Renekton.
Don't love it if you're young, but
yeah,
you are picking up a dragon, so it is not the end of the world. It's honestly good for your team.
Yeah, I think with far less help, Wako's gonna be just taking this bot tower anyway. Well before top tower goes down. That should be Renekton's first item though. And if Lovi can hold on to his tower bot, Renekton can maybe just take this tower top with the item advantage he has on the Jax. Kongwei now finishes Liandry's 2. Not going to feel as good as the brand Leandri's. Can Wako kill this wave on this?
Yeah,
it'll be very depressing for West Point because they just got their Renekton to the point where he can bully. And now they're going to be dealing with these lane swaps from Frank. So he's not going to get to even spend that much time with the Jax, I think.
This area is going to be extremely scary. Let's see what Wako's able to pick up. Should be the static shiv, maybe even components towards his second item. And components, he's damn well halfway to his Runans.
Yeah, terrifying Zeri already this game. Jiang doesn't quite have his Triforce, but yeah, as you see, he's on his way bot, and Renekton's just going to not get to do anything with this item advantage he's got, unfortunately.
Yeah, another great start for Frank. They're up 3k gold, 2 dragons, and even on Void Grubs, so not really all that much gathered by West Point in response to the pressure that Frank have been constantly putting out, and a lot of it coming through from Gemini and Kaiwing, as you've come to expect. Did he see him and just
No, I think he actually walked around the bush. I think he didn't step in. They're going to try match the Renekton into the Jax now, but Jiang should be quite close to his Triforce. And that was just to get that swap through. They've given up their top tier.
A lot of pings on this top side.
Yeah,
there is a 150 gold shutdown on this Lucian, Jimmy's Lucian, if they were to fully commit, but it looks a bit hard. Kaiwing very tanky, just the giant spout, and I forget what the helmet's called.
Nice spear. Connects onto Kaiwing to take his little shield off. Oh, hook lands onto Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy is going to be knocked up. The grand entrance, is it enough to kite it? It may just be. Mystic shot going to miss, and Wako's here. And oh my god, the Zeri is doing a lot of damage, and it looked like maybe Frank were in a bad position with the illusion getting hooked. And even the ultimate interrupted by that depth charge, but it did not matter. Wako comes sliding on in and just claims 2 free kills for himself.
Yeah, and it didn't even really look all that close to a kill onto Jimmy, and I'm not sure if some skill shots went wide. We'll get to see it on the replay. But I think Ezreal Nidalee should be good for a kill there. We'll see what happened. Nidalee's spear maybe just wasn't up. No, Nidalee's spear up. Ezreal landed everything. Maybe needed to throw the Ezreal ulti in this combo, but maybe just not enough damage at this point in the game. 2 behind.
Oh, back to live. We've found a pick onto Gemini. Shutdown for Ryu.
Ryu and Little V both commit their flash there, it looks like, but they get a shutdown. Really only the Zeri now with a shutdown, while Jiang will happily take a tier 2 if you let him. Luckily, not a Triforce finished on this Jax yet.
Yeah, definitely will when he recalls.
Yeah.
Will he get this tower anyway?
I don't think he can commit to it, can he?
Looks like he thinks so, and looks like he can. With that nice escape
that is
ward.
a disaster for West Point.
Now going to get a tower and answer, and will be a bounty as well.
Alright, you have 4, arguably 5 right-click reliant champs, and Jax just got 500 gold. Here's Lilvi starting the fight by burning Jimmy's flash, actually. Oh, they killed Jimmy too. I didn't even notice on that play. Okay, and then Gemini just gets caught here.
Nice.
So it is a double kill and a shutdown. So not the end of the world that you lose a tier 2 for that, but Jiang is very happy. I can promise you that much.
Yep, and I mean, Frank, they're looking pretty good. Honestly, 4k up. Only 40 seconds away from what could be their 3rd dragon of the game. We're 17 minutes in. Feels like they should be ahead enough to claim this next fight. Maybe you could make the argument that you could just hold off until you have Rylai's on the brand, but I think that's overkill. Probably pushing the issue considering how far ahead Wako is.
Yeah, I like taking a fight here as Frank, for sure.
Yeah, quickness, grand entrance, but we'll miss out as Char's able to use that dredge line to get himself out, and now you're missing a Rakan ult.
Yeah, nothing used on the side of West Point. Dragon up in 10 seconds.
Didn't even get much health.
Yeah, even a chunk would have been nice. No Warmogs yet on this Nautilus.
Still, probably enough power to win this fight.
Yeah, a lot of gold.
Gemini going to start up this dragon. I mean, does have to be a little careful. Jiang looking for a flank.
completely undetected.
He's going to be seen. Yeah, gets hit by that trap, so his location will be known now. Wako and Jung, though, looking for Ryu. Wako, no way back into this pit.
Gets hit by a spear, too.
Yeah. Will be searching for some way back into the pit. Cha, he's going to get that brand passive, and a chunk would have been good. A chunk earlier. Doesn't matter, they hit one now. As Cha might just be going down. He gets out that depth charge. Is going to be able to take one kill for himself. Actually, it's just him and Jung flashing forward. Kongwei trying to run away with his life, but Jimmy's going to not allow that, as he does claim one kill for himself. No one going down yet for Frank, and very low health bars, but still, all 5 remain alive. They get the dragon, they get the ace, and now it's time to take some towers.
Wow, Lovi's so close to picking up a double kill there. Unfortunate for him. West Point, yeah, feels like they just stand around, and as the poke comp actually get out poked by Frank and then engaged on.
Yeah,
these 2 towers falling too.
Gemini must have done so much damage. Just AoEing everyone in that choke.
Yeah, I mean, he just soloed Nautilus in front of his team. Yeah, it should be the Brand who's afraid to approach the Nautilus, not the other way around. And Cha starts this fight just dead already. Some nice Brand combos landing, misses this hook, and then he's just dead. This bush is not swept or pinked, so it's strange to me West Point are playing to it. And this entire time, Lovi's not hitting, by the way. Does almost just kill Jimmy in immediately when he jumps in here. Probably missed an auto he could have got off in time.
And yeah, damage totals, I mean, Jung. What a menacing team fight from him, apparently.
Yeah, ran around just smacking anyone he could. I
mean,
mean, it is
without having a real
Jax.
weapon as well.
Jax is so strong this game. Not just in terms of items, I mean just as a pick.
Yeah, I mean, before that fight, wasn't even particularly strong, right?
Yeah.
Was, I believe, 1-1, maybe it was 0-1
Yeah, so
even.
much tower gold, though.
Yeah.
Deceptively fed.
Sundered Sky now, I mean, 2 items, ultimately.
Yep.
For this Jax. Well ahead and in a very comfortable position in 1v1. Up against Renekton, even the Israel.
Yeah, only person looking more comfy this game is Wako.
Yeah, nearly at 3 items as he looks for his Bloodthirster. Getting hit by these Mystic shots. And
yeah, Ezreal Q's not doing much yet till this Mirror Mana gets finished. Usually want to finish around the 20-minute. Cha 9, though.
Yeah, oh,
nice flash.
Perfect flash. Gemini hit by one of these spears from Kongwei.
Yeah, these spears don't feel like they're doing a lot either, though.
Was about at this time last game where Frank decided it was time to just start hitting the Baron, and they had a fast Baron last game, but with a Brand as well as their 280 carries, it's even quicker. This will probably just have more gold. They're 10k up before a Baron's even done. Wako's just going in 1v3, and maybe it's a mistake. This Nautilus ult going to be used, but no one's able to follow up. Luffy tries his best, as does 116, but it's nowhere near enough. Ryu teleporting in, but where is he? He's trying to 1v5. He's not going to be able to do it. It's a triple kill for Jung. Baron certainly will be picked up. 4 for 0.
Yeah, and apparently Zeri is an engaged ADC. Wako just sends it and kills everyone on the side of West Point. Little mind control on Little V there. Runs him into his entire team. Meanwhile, Jung didn't even need to help with the Baron. They have such a quick Baron.
Yeah, I mean...
yeah, he just eased straight into a Nautilus here. Like, into melee range of a Nautilus, and Cha9 hooks the wall when he comes in, and then Lovi gets mind-controlled straight into 5 people.
Yeah, and Ryu realizes there's a fight, teleports to where you'd usually want to teleport into. To get one shot. 116.
Just dead.
Yeah, not even able to get the Arcane Shift over that wall. Actually just one-shotted. Cha, likewise. Now there's 3 members up against the 5 of Frank. 24 minutes was the game time of game number 1. Looking to improve on that now, Frank, as they are sitting pretty 15k gold ahead. Ultimates are available outside of the culling.
Yeah, I think Wako's just too strong to deal with at this point. No Nautilus up even.
Yeah. Mid inhib down. Bottom inhib will follow. And that gives us the minion waves. Top inhib as well. That's 3 inhibs down. It's time for the last fight. Dominus popped. Hook lands and a lot of damage here onto Gemini. Doesn't even get out that Pyroclasm. Just gets instantly eliminated. But Wako, look how much damage he's doing. Wako, he's finding all the damage you'd ever want. Both Nexus towers do go down. They're not going to find any more kills, but they do find the series win and they improve on their game number 1 time.
Yeah, West Point managed to take down the brand, but don't have anything left once they do. And yeah, somehow an improvement on the last game. So Jimmy maybe feels good about himself.
Just speedrunning.
Yeah.
Just speedrunning. I mean, what a performance. All series from Frank. They just performed, all of them. Jimmy came in, performed just as well as Pretender. Pretender really impressing game 1, obviously, and the entirety of Frank. I mean, they look like they realized they shouldn't have lost their last game against DCG and thought, you know what? Time to get down to practice and fix up some of our mistakes, and it looks like they have done just that.
Yeah, and as statement series to start the second round robin for Frank, just declaring we do not belong here in the lower half, because that West Point is the second best team in this group, and they just got completely blown out of the water. So yeah, should be Frank sitting pretty.
Yeah, and I think also with that win, it means there is absolutely no chance that it can be eliminated. I'm pretty sure there wasn't anyway. I don't think Halpix can make up 4 or 3 wins. Now they have to make up 4, and I think that is definitely impossible.
Yeah, Frank might even be locked in for first place in the second group.
Yeah, well, West Point have 2 wins, so theoretically
they could tie it up.
Yeah. And I think there's 2 round robins, so I think there's even more games. But alas, Frank, they're looking very, very solid. And I think coming into this group, looking at the contenders group, you already felt like they should just be
making it out.
And now I think it's all but confirmed. It sucks to be these other teams and like, oh, we got to go against Frank, because it doesn't even feel like Frank belong in the same group here, right? No. They seem a cut above. This series really proved it, because as you said, West Point, they look pretty clear to be the second best team. J-Team...
Yeah, it wasn't even close when they played J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team maybe can say something about it, because on any given day, you know, J-Team can put on a really good performance, but at least for the time being, it seems like West Point the second best. Frank making them look second class, honestly. Just such a great series.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing to even fault them with. I guess we could compare Jimmy versus Pretender. They did play the same champ.
Yeah. Different matchup, but...
Yeah, it was a different matchup. I guess Jimmy
much more dominant, but it might just be the matchup.
Yeah, maybe it was just a different matchup where Jimmy could be more dominant, but you could kind of see in that series Jimmy a little more aggressive, a little more greedy, and died.
Yeah.
Whereas Pretender just was never really even in danger of dying.
Yeah, I mean, when did Jimmy die? I remember a bunch of times he probably should have.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
I think he got killed by Kaisa when Gemini was getting picked off too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and then we had to go back to the replay.
Caught randomly, lost his flash, died. We didn't really see what happened to him, but yeah, greedy.
Yeah.
Greedier than Pretender would be in that situation, I think. Jimmy, and sometimes that's what you need.
Honestly, it's a good thing sometimes. It's not always like, oh, that's too greedy. Like, sometimes you're in a situation where you need to get the absolute most for as little as possible, and Jimmy probably the guy that's best capable of doing that, almost in the league. And I bring your mind back to last split, where there was so many games where they are just, you know, Frank Esports were like 2-3K gold behind, and Jimmy makes some heroic play.
And Jimmy is somehow still managing to be 11, 12 CS per minute, and makes a hero play in a team fight.
Yeah, and it's Pretender much the same, a bit quieter. He'll fall a little bit further behind, but generally his team fights are just so clean, so crisp in the team fights, which is why it's kind of exciting to see him on a Lucian, because that's not who we think of Pretender as, especially after last split. Back in 2023, absolutely. He played like 12 different champions. He was playing everything. Split 1 of this year, not the same. He was playing just, I think he had like 3 champs, right? It was like Orianna, Nico, Ari, I want to say. And that was all he played.
Karma he added eventually.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Onto his champion pool. But for a while, it was just Ori, Nico.
Yeah.
Back to back. And this is a fight where Cha's just getting owned, really. He's already been one-shot by Gemini. got hit by all 3 brand spells and then gets hit by another when he walks up here.
He just gets an ult thrown at him.
Yeah, and at this point the game's over, really. Look where West Point are standing. This is not their side of the map. Little V's not been able to hit this entire fight. Does not actually have his poke online yet. So would have loved for his Nautilus to stay alive for a bit this fight so that he could ult on someone.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, Lil V being there has to be some way to position in that team fight better, that your Kai'Sa can find some damage. Jiang doing the most damage again. Both games he now has got that accolade.
Yeah,
but
should be
everyone
Wako
doing a lot.
MVP. Should be Wako MVP this time around, I think.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Pretty much a Wako highlight reel. Jiang had a great game too.
Everyone did.
Yeah.
Everyone on this team played fantastically. You could honestly just give it to any of them. I wouldn't complain.
Yeah.
I guess we just have to wait and see. But damn, 24 minutes. You know what? What a quick game. They best it in game number 2.
I will say the Renekton counterpick didn't look terrible. Not counterpick, sorry, blind.
Yeah.
Renekton blind didn't look terrible. We've seen it go a lot worse.
Yeah, I guess you just can't pick it against people who play Twisted Fate, and it doesn't seem like Yijiang is prepared to lock it in.
Yeah, maybe not against Nidalee as well. It'd be scary, Renekton Nidalee.
Damn, almost had the clean sweep, but...
Yeah, just need a little more gold. But Wako was also taking a bunch of towers this game and getting kills.
Yeah. I'm surprised, because Jiang did pick up the solo...
Tier 2.
Tier 2.
Yeah, I think Wako had like 7 kills or something, though.
Yeah, but Jiang had the most kills.
Oh.
You see?
ADC is just broken.
True. Just had the most farm.
I don't know. They just give it to Jiang again.
Yeah.
Why
I mean,
not?
what I think is good about this is he was weak-sided.
Yeah.
Like, very hard, and he was still winning his lane.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's pretty impressive, right? You're just getting an Italy in your lane, and then even sometimes Nautilus would show up, and you die exactly one time, and it was kind of only a death because that Ezreal ult hit. Maybe he dies anyway, but it felt very, very touch and go.
Yeah, it was scary.
Wako committing war crimes here, but it was saved.
Oh man, he E'd on top of Cha, on top of a Nautilus, and Cha hooked the wall next to him instead of just autoing. You can just right click.
Yeah, there's no shame in autoing first as Nautilus. That's my way of playing him.
Yeah, we love a little point and click.
Yeah, yeah.
That's actually why we picked Nautilus.
Yeah, often. Result. That's why TF is so broken.
Yeah, when you click CC,
yeah, gets the job done.
Better than that.
Gets the job done a whole lot better than skill shot CCs.
Apparently.
Yeah, you can dodge them, and you know, champs like Zeri tend to like having skill shots thrown at her.
Yeah,
one of the best champs probably in the game at dodging them. So, yeah, bit of a criminal play by Wako. Gets away with it though, and salvaged by his top
looks like
laner.
a genius.
Yeah, engages the fight.
Yeah,
as you would as the Zeri there, but yeah, Frank. Looking good, looking a lot better.
Yeah, they were. Well, they definitely weren't on time to end it faster than last game if Wako didn't make that hero play. So
that is
he
true.
did deserve POG.
Yeah, places to be perhaps for him. We are now going to go to an interview. It is going to be with Paddy and Jiang. Please enjoy.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 FAK 的上路选手一剑，请一剑先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是上路一剑。
So today you guys won against WP with a 2-0. How do you feel about the win today? 非常恭喜你们今天获得与 WP 的比赛，以2-0赢了他们。想问一下，你赢下来之后心情如何
？2-0赢下来的话，心情肯定是好的，因为我们做的都还不错，这样。
Of course, I feel very happy winning against WP as a 2-0 because we all did pretty well today. I am really grateful for all of our teammates. So your team condition is a little bit unsteady at the moment. A lot of people, out of expectations, you guys went to a breakout group, and a lot of people are surprised. How do you feel about the team condition at the moment? 其实你们队伍现在表现的稍微比较不稳定，很多人其实都蛮意外你们进入到突围组的。想问一下，你自己认为队伍现在最大的问题是什么？
我认为我们中期的沟通还得改善一点，这样。
I feel like our team needs to improve our communication when we attack. So you used Rumble in the first game today, and you did really well on it. It is kind of a new champion for you. How do you feel about using Rumble as a player? 你今天第一局使用了蓝宝，其实这支英雄对你来说是比较新的一个英雄，然后你也表现得非常突出。想问一下你自己认为蓝宝这支英雄使用上的感觉如何？
我认为蓝宝这个角色只要把距离把控做得够好的话，应该很容易上手。
I feel like using Rumble, if you take care of the range, you need to know how to range against the other champions and your attacker, then you can play very well with Rumble. So I want to ask you, what do you think FAK needs to improve the most in the latter of the season? 你认为 FAK 在接下来的半个赛季，最需要进步的地方是什么？
我会认为是我们变现跟沟通。
I think we need to work on our communication and our team fights. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
谢谢。
Well, thank you for the interview once again, and got to work on team fight communication, he reckons.
Yeah, hard to feel like they need to work on anything after that one, but probably thinking of their more difficult matchups against CFO and PSG specifically, and PCG now, team you have to worry about if you're Frank.
Yeah, I think a team we always kind of had to worry about, and talking about teams you have to worry about with this camera. Up next, PSG CFO. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's a banger. We're a bit spoiled, aren't we?
It's hard to call it a banger, though. CFO going to have to prove something
after last time,
yeah, they've got something to prove, because PSG, last time these two teams met, we're like, wow, these are the best two teams in our league. Who's going to be better? You know, it's very close, neck and neck. 20-minute game, 18-minute game.
Yeah.
It was like 1-6 game playing.
In that series, they had a sub.
Nah,
it wasn't that one. I remember a sub 20.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that quick, but it was an extremely quick.
It could have been. That's the alarming thing.
Yeah, it was very close to being that quick. But we're going to go to a break. When we're back, we'll see if CFO can prove that they are the second best in our league.
魔兽成型，打败怪物，想办法活下去吧！你有都会，一起来指定。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳第一级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Got tonight. best, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on. 'Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh
Welcome back, everyone. Series number 1 done and dusted. It's crunch time, and I'm going to chuck it straight away to you. What do you expect to see? Because last time we saw these two teams go up against each other, it was an absolute thrashing. PSG getting the better of CFO. What do you expect?
Okay, let me start with what I want to see. And we'll make that what I expect to see too, because you expect CFO to improve after a series like they had last time. I want to see signs of life from Swordart. I want to see him play with a little energy, pal. You know, you've been around for a while. You're probably getting a good salary. Get in there, get proactive, and help Karsa out, because it was Karsa who was drowning more than anyone last time. He was just getting run over in the jungle by Junjia, which we know Karsa is a high enough caliber player to not, you know, to hold his own in a 1v1 against Junjia. So it's the rest of the map that's likely just falling over around Karsa.
Yep.
So yeah, mostly support jungle. I want to see step it up.
Okay. What about top lane? I mean, we saw Driver go up against PSG last time.
Oh
and
yeah,
since
maybe
then
I'll see Rest.
it's been Rest playing since then. Honestly, he's been looking good, but they are just beating teams that aren't PSG. It's a whole different story up against PSG, and this is exciting. Betty versus Shun. Another little bit of 80 carry on 80 carry action.
Yeah, and who won this last time? I feel like it may have been Shun.
Caitlyn or something. Right?
Yeah.
It was Caitlyn Varus, and he won as the Caitlyn, I believe. Wow. Okay,
This time, gentleman's agreement, I think. There's no way. A lot of ADC bans, but Varus still available.
All right, another attempt at winning on Pantheon.
Yeah. Pantheon flavor of the week, maybe? 2 1v1 so far, 2 Pantheons.
Cleanse barrier for Shun.
If there's a matchup Pantheon wins, surely it's this one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to the damage reduction, I guess, if Shun can time that well with a...
I think both of these picks were taken expecting an ADC.
I think so,
on
too.
the other side. Both these champs would feel great into an ADC. Shun feels... Not Shun, but Irelia feels like the more ADC carry player friendly champion of the two. Nice W by Shun, but still just annihilated in that trade, and it's not even close.
Yeah, Betty just dodging away from everything, really. It was Shun who got the better of the matchup last time, but good start for Betty. At least this one.
Went for D shields.
Nice damage reduction, but still.
Feeling great for Shun. Oh, nice Q lands by Betty just as he gets an extra level in it. It's not going to let you recall there, I don't think. Betty doesn't. Shun doesn't even finish his recall. Okay. Decides to stay. Should be undiveable with Cleanse and Barrier.
Betty used all of his abilities. You expect... Oh, he probably should search for a recall here. For now, just poking away at Shun. Oh.
I don't think the W came out in time from Shun. Oh, Betty playing his range with this Pantheon impressively, I think.
Yeah, very well played thus far.
Yeah, no point hanging around much longer if you're Shun. You're not stalling for a jungler or anything. It only gets worse the longer you stay, so... Takes the recall when he can get it. Without losing too much, we'll lose a melee minion and probably make it back in time for this cannon.
Yeah, I mean, great start for Betty, though. Have to see items, but should it...
Yeah, we'll be a much better base. Can get tabbies, right? Ramble if he wants it.
I think he's just going to go lethality. Could go the... Oh, no, he doesn't have press the attack. The classic Blade of the Ruined King Pantheon.
So one thing going for Irelia is that she actually has a level 6. Versus Pantheon, who doesn't really get all that much power at level 6, right?
Yeah.
Isn't going to do anything in the 1v1. Shun just immediately turns this around. Misses his stun, though.
Yeah, and Betty not even using his...
Barrier up for both.
Yeah, that's a cleanse gone, but Shun might be in a lot of trouble here. 1Q would do it. Barrier. One more auto. Betty. Oh.
Yeah. Wow. Shun a little bit frustrated, but that's a tabby's diff. And he missed his stun. If he lands his stun.
Yeah, I don't think he's landed the stun yet. I'm pretty sure Betty has sidestepped every single one.
Yeah. Very impressive. Pantheon with a lot of base move speed too. Tier 2 boots now. As well for Betty. Should be very one-sided now from here on out. Betty can overstay to his heart's content as well and just ulti back to the lane.
Yeah. And ultimately, that's all he's really going to have his ulti for. And if he can use it for a bit of damage, then why not? But he's got a barrier advantage, so he could probably just ult look to try and all-in Shun immediately.
Just ult with Irelia ulti down as well.
Yeah, straight to Dirk, pickaxe picked up. I mean, you just go for an all-in here if you are able to find it.
Yeah, I think you just ult straight on the wave and don't let Shun even build one up. We've seen how much poke he can land. Maybe he just isn't going to ult. We've seen how much poke he can land if he pushes Shun to his tower.
Yeah, maybe keeping the ult in case he does get forced into a negative.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie.
Jeez, yeah, those
he landed a stun. Not sure it matters all that much. No ultimate available.
Yeah, just a little too late. Too little too late for Shun, looks like.
Is it.
Unless...
This will be it. Betty.
Unless he dodged.
He's got barrier.
Wow. Ooh, without barrier, that's close.
There was, yeah. He actually might have lost Betty, but keeping that barrier up from the original kill. Missing an empowered Q, but ultimately it didn't matter. Shouldn't dipping and diving around those minions pretty well. But, I mean, very impactful in the CFO versus PSG as the side selection.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't last time around, but...
Yeah, I think it was just PSG red side both games. And just dominating. This time, PSG going to select blue side for themselves.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do with that, how it impacts their draft, and all that good stuff. No surprises when it comes to their lineup. Arja, Ginger, Maple, Betty, and Woody.
Yep. Incredibly stacked in every single position.
Yare, the unstoppable reigning champions.
And... they're just a little behind in game length compared to their spring split stats. But they'll be looking to fix that up, and they're on pace to. With how quickly they've been beating even the likes of CFO. M lead, is that mid-game lead? Is that...
Yeah. I'd imagine it's mid-game lead.
Is that mid-lane lead?
No way, right? Minion? No. Nah, it must be mid.
And then 73% in that context means 73% of the time they have a lead?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, that doesn't
and then
surprise
100%
me.
of the time they win.
It does surprise me if it was 45% last flip.
Yeah, well, they were losing last flip.
Yeah, they were losing, yeah. And much closer to a 50-50 record.
Yeah.
Than you would ever imagine this team having last flip.
Then went to playoffs and didn't lose a series.
Yeah.
I think only dropping 2 games, and that was to SoftBank Hawks.
Yeah, one underrated thing about PSG is how well they use losses. It's also just a mark of a good champion team, right? They learn so much every time they lose. They come back, it feels like 10 times stronger. Driver back in for CFO.
Right, we're having Driver up against Arja again. I'm going to hazard a guess we're not going to blind pick Renekton if Twisted Fate is open.
Yeah, and I think we'll see exactly 0 Gangplank games.
Yeah. There's old Driver. Finally getting time on the stage again after Rest taking all the thunder their last 2 series.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it feels like for every PCS team, you just need someone who can go 50-50 with Aja.
Yeah.
If you can just have a top laner who will contribute equally to Aja, you've got a chance, but he is so far ahead of his competition, it feels like, in terms of just impact.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because the top end of our top laners is stacked. Like, they're very good, big names, some really, really strong competition, but it's just Arja running away with it time and time again.
In no other role is it as clear who I would want in my top lane.
Yeah.
As any other role, really. Mid, especially mid ADC, you can make arguments for everyone. Maybe jungle is the only other role where you're taking Junjia over just about anyone. And yeah, it's for a good reason. I mean, carry, tank, and yeah, it's a good head-to-head as well. Just because of how strong both of these players are and how capable Aja especially is of just winning the game alone.
Yeah, equal on solo kills, these 2 top laners.
Yeah.
But I think Aja solo killed Driver about 3 times out of his 5 solo kills, so that's one thing to consider, I suppose.
Oh, right, that was the Gangplank Rumble situation.
Gangplank Kennen.
Kennen. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Driver, I mean, maybe...
Driver has red side this time.
Yeah, but, I mean, he was also just not necessarily getting counted last time. He picked the game
it was
plan
one of each.
into Kennen.
Yeah, it was one of each, and then he got to pick... Yeah, and the first game he had to blind pick himself. Somehow went better.
Yeah.
Very paradoxical player is a Driver.
The Doctor.
Not the first time we've seen him counter pick in 2-0-6.
It is.
Was it not him on Mordekaiser?
That was Taco.
Taco, right. Similar performance.
Yeah.
Similar energy.
They
from
are.
These two players, actually.
They actually, they are very, very akin. Except Taco plays Twisted Fate. Driver played it once, and that was against Taco. Bit of, trivia, if you will. Into picking bans now, though. This is something, especially between these two teams, that matters a lot. Especially for Game 1, because after Game 1, if PSG lost, you could almost guarantee who they're banning the next game based on how they lost.
You just look at the scoreboard for the previous game, you can probably guess what PSG will ban. Instabram ban. Frank's one win against PSG was with a massive brand play from Gemini. Don't hate the brand ban. Rumble banned away by CFO.
In Italy, and then Jax perhaps for their last ban, which would force out a Twisted Fate ban.
Yeah, so far, AP junglers, both teams. Karthus, the only one really standing out. And if it is anything but...
Okay, so Twisted Fate's open, but Jax is as well. But this means CFO could do that funny Twisted Fate into 2-ban strat.
Yeah, yep. So they should leave both TF and Jax open here. They should probably ban Karthus.
Oh, just ban Twisted Fate, okay.
Ban the TF outright. Fair enough. A lot of teams, honestly, are just letting this TF pick go straight through the draft because they don't want to deal with the Jax counter pick and having to set it up that way, but PSG might just play it into Jax at this rate. Aja just seems to not be able to do any wrong on the Twisted Fate. Stana is the first pick for PSG. No surprises there. Probably a Corki or, I guess, a Lucian in response for CFO.
We'll have to see. Maybe eyeing up their AD carry and that Ashe first. A lot of discussion going on over there in the CFO booth.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for PSG considering they've locked the Tristana and so many AP junglers are out. They certainly have to pick one in this rotation.
No. They've got Kennen.
Right. Right, if they force Driver onto the gangplank.
Well, we haven't really seen anything stand up to Aja's Kennen. Played 2 games of it. Yeah, or we could just pick the Ziggs for Betty.
Right, so that is where we're getting AP. Could also be Ziggs mid.
Yep, could. Probably isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it would honestly do fine into Corki. Braum is a great pick.
You don't really want your Tristana underleveled.
Yeah, Braum should be the lock-in. They cannot do the Twisted Fate, the funny Twisted Fate third pick thing. And these days, Braum just feels like you can chuck him in any comp, and it feels pretty good that we picked up a Braum here.
Yeah, double AD carries. Makes it easy for you to stack that Winter's Bite. And
you know what would be a good sign?
Wow.
Halo Blades on this Braum. Sword Art back on his...
Yeah, back on his tried and tested.
Yeah, back on his business.
Shying away from it lately.
Well, you say tried and tested. The test results were pretty poor.
Yeah, but he was winning those games.
But he was winning, yeah. And say to not be results-oriented in your analysis. Maybe that is what Sword Art is doing. Has just caved. Caved to the Guardian Brahms of the world.
True.
Born to take Halo Blades Ignite. Forced to take Heal Guardian.
Merco band. Just AP junglers around the
Yeah,
shop.
you
The
will
difference
not
being is
get
that PSG already have...
It's so weird that CFO banned Lilia.
Yeah, CFO...
That's puzzling.
CFO kind of banning their own champs at this point. I mean, what AP is there?
Yeah. If I'm CFO, I'm thinking exclusively about what Aja's picking top, so I like the Kennen ban.
Do you think CFO just don't realize Ziggs is AP? So I don't think Aja's picking Kennen.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what else to ban. I actually thought of the Kennen ban too, just throw something at Aja. Just give him less options.
But then it's
to
so
work
easy to
with.
build MR, and Kennen especially hates that.
Yeah, that's true. Ziggs also hates it.
Yeah, Ziggs just gets a lot more usage out of Leandri's and also has a bit more versatility in
He's
the
got
fact that
so many items he wants to build.
he just walks up to a tower and one-shots it though.
Yeah, if he can get a random Lich Bane, a random Horizon Folk, there's so many good items for Ziggs that he doesn't want to stop for the Void Staff. Ivern.
So we've definitely just forced the Karthus.
Yeah, makes sense when you've got Leona Ziggs, right? This is
Yeah.
a depressing Karthus.
Now, I mean, it just has to be Karthus. I mean,
This is a
otherwise, what are you going,
blind pick.
Diana?
This is a blind pick Karthus.
Yeah, otherwise you just have to go like Diana.
I think you just lock Lee Sin.
Morgana. And then, yeah, Archer just picks up Riven here, as you'd expect.
Junjie can go Vi or Lee Sin here, and...
Yeah, probably not the Vi. I think Karthus probably just beats you up if you're Vi.
Maybe.
Yeah, Vi's kind of sad early game. Renekton bodes well for a winning top side, making Karthus' life pretty rough.
Yeah, probably has to be the Jax from Driver.
Yeah, or nah. But
yeah,
you're getting quite a bit of range.
Yeah, Gnar works
Too much.
too, but we're feeling squishy. We're feeling squishy with the Gnar and having a hard time setting up objectives.
Well, maybe just the Diana. There we go.
The Lee Sin
I don't
makes
think I've
sense.
ever seen Junja play Lee Sin.
Kindred makes sense for the same reasons.
Yep.
Either of the other AD junglers did. He's got plenty of setup on his team, so I actually like the Kindred. Maybe even more than the Lee or the Vi.
Yeah, we've found 280 carries in our comp as well.
Yeah.
Some way, somehow, it's always happening.
Yeah, you got to justify the Braum pick. And now we get probably a Jax. I mean, Jax is begging to be locked in here. Oh, it's going to be the Cassante.
All right, so putting up a bit of a wall.
Yeah, going to be a Cassante, and he's not going to build a shred of magic resist for the Ziggs. I promise you that. And
Yeah, I mean, looking at
for
drafts, I have to prefer PSG's draft again.
Yeah, this is a comp that is very vulnerable to a Karthus on the side of PSG. We're not building lifesteal on any of
Yeah,
these
but
champs anytime soon.
surely, I think Woody's good enough to realize that you can just build a Locket. Like, Warmogs is not just Giga Forced every game.
Yeah.
Locket's
Yeah,
really good against
If I
Karthus.
trust someone to think before they purchase items, it might be Woody.
Yeah.
You see,
Just
we've seen some
shield's so
egregious
invaluable.
Warmogs rushes over Lockets.
Yeah, pretty much always against Karthus, right?
Yeah, against Karthus is just such an insane item.
Yeah.
You want Locket, you want Redemption. Which makes his game very miserable.
We'll see. I mean, Karsa, between himself and the other team, in PSG, they did just ban something like 9 AP junglers.
Yeah, I think if Karsa, yeah, it was just about every ban on the
8,
jungle.
8, I think. There was a Rumble and Twisted Fate. Everything else was an AP jungler.
Yeah, I mean Sedge.
Oh, yeah, true.
I think if Karsa can get a couple clears off safely this game, fantastic. But I see priority top for Aja, and I see Kindred for Junjia. So Karsa is not safely getting these clears off.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to load into this game and see he's got Exhaust Smite on the Karthus. Used to be very popular in solo queue, especially with something like the Kindred that you just know you're fighting.
Yeah.
Constantly this game. Does have the flash though.
Also, should just be a pushing bot lane. Maybe not level 1, but as the lane progresses.
Yeah, Braum Ashe level 1 just maybe too strong, and maybe Kindred doesn't get to choose where she starts this game, just because there is just an Ashe Braum in this game. Aja, as usual, getting as much information for his jungler as possible. If he can get a nice late ward topside, they can play for an invade, but looks like the invade might be happening bot side. Looking a little confused about where he wants to start. is realizing probably that if this is how the game is going to start, he's just not going to get to interact with this Karthus on the first clear. Is going to have to get pretty creative if he wants to. Because he cannot invade bot side against Braum Ashe. Even if Woody's already with him, probably. It's too easy for Karthus to trade kills and you just get stuck with an Ashe on you, Braum on you.
M4 would find a way.
Would. For my beloved. CEO of Oceanic Solo Queue. As expected, Ashe Braum, very strong level 1. Going to be getting prio here.
It does become a little bit more miserable though as playing goes on, but Woody, I mean, he is not having all that much fun being the Leona in this instance.
Yeah. We'll see how Betty and Woody do from the back foot in these kind of lanes. We usually see them on bot lanes with a lot more agency than this. It's going to be them just soaking up XP, getting CS where they can until Betty can confidently wave clear. And then Woody is out of here. He is chasing this Karthus around. And kind of as expected by how the level 1 played out, there's going to be no interaction on the first clear between these junglers. Which is amazing for Karsa, who just clears faster and doesn't win these fights, so feels amazing for him.
Yeah, but there's always the 50-50
of where the mark spawns,
mark.
True.
Yeah. The classic, the mini game of Kindred. Obviously, the biggest spike is 4. You get that additional range on your auto attacks.
It makes such a big difference to get the first one, though.
It does. It speeds it up a lot.
Yeah.
Especially if you can find early kills as well, then it's kind of feels like the game's over unless you have exactly Cruscata pulling off insane 1v2s and even better.
Yeah, as expected, Karsa has cleared his camps faster than a Kindred. Won't be breaking any world
50,
records.
50.
Wait for it.
Oh!
Junjia.
Well, it was just meant to be.
The Lord's chosen. And he is on his way to Driver.
Driver, pretty healthy
Someone's
though.
Pinged his way to someone's pinged their way to the Krug, so they know that this is what Junjia is trying to do. Junjia, pretty wisely, just decides to not hit the camp. Knows that Karthus is cleared much faster than him and got a recall off by now. And the longer Karthus and Kindred are just trading camps like this, you can only get so lucky with the marks. This favors Karthus still.
Yeah, I think eventually, though, the bot lane is going to be completely wide open. 1-6 can just wave clear.
Yeah, and then there's a Leona running around with this Kindred. And
yeah, it becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, Karsa will be glad he's taken Flash at that point. Driver doing okay in this lane in terms of CS. HP and mana not looking too hot. But should be okay to crash this with Karsa behind him. Aja used both dashes.
Oh yeah, but he might just be looking for the 1v2. Yes! Oh, this is a disaster. And Karsa, you have to run as well. Well, does he? These layways very low on mana now. If this flash comes up, and the abilities, shall I say.
Oh man, and Driver used his flash as well. Still goes down. Aja uses nothing.
Yeah, just stays entirely composed. And you're talking about this favors the Karthus, but this certainly doesn't, as Ginger happily takes away his second mark of the game.
Yeah, that's depressing for the Karthus, who's having a great game. Would like to slurp up those Raptors, but doesn't get a chance to. And doesn't actually get to help his top laner.
I mean, Aja just so composed.
Yeah, Driver. This looked so like such an overextend from Aja, but he makes Driver just look like a fool. Used both his dashes to get in as well, but I mean, it's just a Karthus.
Those cooldowns being slightly lower, and Karsa was absolutely dead as well. Oh, Xenoblade connects here onto Shun. Does Betty have the damage? The Ignite, the Cleanse is going to be able to get it off him.
Not dead,
yeah,
though.
Woody very low, but not dead yet as Ginger's arriving. Flash forward in the Xenoblade again. Woody just cannot miss. Yes, it's traded back, but Junji is continuing on. 2 very low health members as the Winter's Bite does connect.
That's his 4th mark now on Junjia once he picks up this Gromp. I don't know how he's managed to get 4 marks at 6 minutes. with one auto attack this game on a champion, but he's done it.
Yeah, this is possibly, in my entire time playing League of Legends,
the fastest
fastest 4 marks I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's like they spawn where he clicks.
Gory in the mid lane, he's not doing too well. Very low on the mana. Is he on
no
the
TP, no TP either.
Has reinforcements though.
Holding his own fine. Game's not out of hand.
Okay, it seems we just all universally agree that Void Grubs are better than Dragon.
Yeah. You're happy to pick this up as Karthus. I think part of what's motivating Junjia is that his top camps and Karthus's top camps are up right now, so he has a lot to gain for trading sides if they decide to.
Yeah, he's about to get a 5th mark.
Yeah, if he goes to these Krugs, who's protecting them? Not this level 5 Karthus.
Yeah, and this is very, very far ahead Kindred. 1k gold lead even for PSG this early on, as Maple might even be looking for a solo kill here.
Yeah.
Very low health bars for both mid laners.
Yeah, equivalent sustain as well. Just way more damage on Maple at this point in the game. Karsa's found Woody.
Yeah, Woody might be caught out here. Mega Inferno bomb, and Sword Art's actually getting quite low and has to jump back to Karsa, who's waiting there, and no harm, no foul. Actually just really getting the ultimate out of Betty's Ziggs there.
Yeah, does lose his entire top side, does Karsa. I think he grabbed the enemy red buff so far, that's it. But 3 camps stolen away by Junjia on the top side.
Gonna get the Raptors.
And yeah, it feels a lot better to be the Kindred in these situations, right? Just never much harder to catch as she jumps around being greedy for camps. Karthus cannot go Krugs here, ever. Or else Leona just kills him. Aja completely dominant in this lane now.
Yeah. 1v2 kill.
Yeah, up a summoner.
I've already got him down for MVP. And that's despite a 6-minute 4 mark Kindred being in this game. Maple. Nice job realizing that Gory and Sword Art were both there trying to look for a play on the mid lane, but staying safe. I think it's good to be in a game like this as Tristana, where you just scale real well and you know you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, the rest of your team is doing great. You just can hit towers, make use of the pressure your team is exerting on the map. Hit towers, farm up. Betty has to
flash away from that enchanted crystal arrow. Shun, deadly accurate.
Yeah,
with
very
that
precise arrow. But he eats a Karthus Q for his trouble as well. I wonder if we've got Dark Harvest stacks.
Sword Art? I mean, this bottom jungle seems like it is just...
Still level 5 on the Braum, though. Junjia figures he's strong enough to start diving this Cassante now. Might be.
Yeah, watch for the Dominus. The all-out 2 is going to have to be fantastic. So far, the Pathmaker comes through. All out, it's onto Junjia, but what's it going to matter? Pathmaker, one little hop, skip, and a jump, and that is a 5th, or was it 6th maybe mark for Kindred?
Yeah, I
and the
think that might be
kill.
6. That's 6 now. You can actually see it these days. Yeah, Kindred marks. That was his 6th.
Yeah.
And top lane is a tragedy. And, I mean, same story as last time these teams played. Top lane just falls apart.
7 stacks now, by the way. When is it that they start spawning on dragons and barons? I think it's 7.
About now, yeah.
Yeah, I think
7
it's
is
7.
the second threshold. It's every 3 after the first 4 that you get another power spike on the Kindred. 7 at 10 minutes is...
absurd.
Yeah, legitimately about as fast as they spawn. There's a cooldown on the marks even spawning for Kindred. You know, there's mathematically a limit to how quickly you can stack, and we might be close to it.
Oh, Maple.
Goodness.
Jumping forward and losing half his health. Gory winning out that trade handedly.
Well, this is why Corki is so prioritized, right? He's got Ninja Tabbies and a Ruby Crystal and a Tier. And he just chunked half of Tristana's. Yeah, probably the only champ keeping Tristana in line at the moment is this Corki.
At that point, isn't it just neither of these champs are in line?
Yeah. Oh, Karsa. Can't quite smite the Raptor away. Wolves, fortunately, will be the mark for Kindred this time over the Raptors, so...
Look, I'm seeing why we forced Karsa onto the Karthus. The one thing, you know, Karsa, he likes playing his tanks, or at least CFO look the best when he's on those tanks.
Yeah.
And it's because he can be the playmaker. He can be going out, looking for things, getting things done on the map, searching for ganks or all these fights. Karthus doesn't have that luxury.
Yeah, but look at the CFO comp. Who is the playmaker? Ash, I guess. Feels very telegraphed to have one engage tool.
It's not this Cassandre that's down 30 CS and now a tower.
Yeah.
I'll get one tower, teleport into mid lane. Betty is everywhere, and he's going to feel completely fine.
Yeah, complete mid-prio for PSG right now. Dragon up soon, so CFO are trying to hold position on the river. Good chunk. Onto Woody. Junjia playing really aggressively. Probably too much so.
Just buy connects. What do you follow up though?
Oh, they take this fight as CFO. This looks good.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. A lot of damage coming backwards though as that Glacial Fissure trying to lock up these members of PSG for long enough to really do anything, but all that's going to happen is CFO sent packing down the bottom side of the map, Arzu teleporting in, and with a Ziggs, maybe this can end up being a tower.
Yeah, I think it just is. Another wave coming in.
Not going to risk it.
Oh, he used W.
Oh, he used it too early.
Yeah. A couple seconds later on that W, mid's dead, but that just means mid's dead anyway, right? He can walk up any second.
The only difference, maybe you lose a plate. You might not get that plate.
Yeah.
But we'll
Still
see.
so early in the game, I didn't realize.
Yeah, this game's accelerating.
Yeah, such a fast-paced game, and in these kinds of games, when you're playing stuff like Corki, you can fall behind the curve of the map state, if you will.
That's right.
And just never really get your item spikes. The Triforce spike is so important. The Muramana spike is so important for Corki to hit those on time. So
yeah,
it's
and
a lot of pressure on Gory.
Gory's playing perfectly fine, but
just too much gold.
Yeah, the map is kind of falling apart around him, and a lot of that comes after this early pressure Junji was able to exert. And obviously, I mean, most of it, to be fair, comes off the back of Arja's 1v2.
CFO look like they're getting this dragon with a completely, utterly out of mana Karthus, but you always trade that for a tier 2 if you're PSG, assuming they're getting it top.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, that's a worthwhile trade every time.
Yeah, ultimately this game probably should not be going to Sol.
If CFO want to win it, probably has to just go to 3 or 4 more dragons this game. So they've put themselves, CFO have put themselves in a good position to scale, which is what they need to do this game.
Yeah, and they scale really well, so.
Yeah, the Braum pick is monstrous this game. The Karthus pick is insane. They just need to get there. The problem I see for CFOs, they do not have as much gold coming their way as PSG.
Yeah,
PSG are just picking up towers, right?
They've also lost a lot of towers, as I was going to say, and
yeah.
Rift Herald is still alive. In fact, it only just spawned. So that's another objective that especially CFO have to worry about.
Was that 750 golden plates for this Renekton?
I wouldn't be surprised.
He is so much
he
gold
got top
up
and
ahead.
he got bottom, middle. Yeah. He's
1,000 gold ahead of his very fed teammates.
Yeah, 1,500 is the next closest behind him.
Yeah.
2 items. 14 minutes in. This is beginning to look like this Renekton's coming from solo queue. As he seems completely unstoppable. Yeah, Woody is going to be caught out, it looks like. Soulfree even going wide, and down will come this Requiem. Gory picking himself up a kill, finally being rewarded for honestly playing this entire game very well.
Yeah, a preposterous Karthus ulti, actually. I hope he got a Dark Harvest stat. Sword Art, PSG look dead here.
Flash forward,
Betty late with the flash.
Yeah, Betty.
Oh, and he interrupts.
Sword Art interrupting with that Glacial Fissure. And we're going to find 2 kills here. Betty and Maple going down. It's Shun and Gory, the benefactors. Ginger does pick up at least this Rift Herald on the top side. But all 5 members committed from CFO. What do they lose? Arja's looking to take even more towers for himself.
Yeah, it's still this dynamic duo of Aja and Junjia. Actually, the only ones with the lead still after that play bot. As the game is a lot more even now, it's just standing gold that CFO need to take out. And this is the Sword Art I've been waiting to see. Heroic play, flash Q onto Betty, interrupts Maple's TP, and just gets his team done maximum here. Catching Betty off guard isn't an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Usually pretty good for a reaction on those. Loses his flash and still dies.
So tower bottom.
Yep,
Gonna be
finally a tower
taken by
picked up.
Gory.
So he is dead for it.
Yeah, teleport coming in. This is going to be RJ. Teleports to answer, but this
TP's
Renekton
really
is
late from...
by far the strongest champion on the Rift, and it is no way near close. Solarflare does go wide from Woody, though, as Winter's Bite will connect, slowing up
Wow.
this Renekton even more.
Wow, and they got Corki out. Well played by CFO. CFO seem like they're coming to life, and look at the massive wave Gory gets to recall in base. We were worried about the money coming into for CFO. Gory certainly isn't going to be having any trouble getting to
Rift
this
Shield
mirror
used
mana.
now. This could be a second. In fact, almost certainly will be. Yeah, there it goes.
Think you give it. You just give it. What can you do?
Do they charge again? Does Woody get into this thing? Oh, it's going to be RJ.
Oh, Gory is
he's
still going.
in there.
Gory has not started his recall.
That's going to be another big chunk on this inhib tower. Remember, Zig's execute could be enough to get this down very, very shortly.
Yeah, you kind of
I
wish
didn't
Maple
realize
was
that
mid.
we're just at all three inhib towers. Shun is going to flash away. Maple as well as Betty trying to look for him, but very hard to catch is Shun. This is, however, going to be another tower taken. Inhib tower, and Gory's trying to answer back, but this game feels like it's not got much left in it if this keeps going. 17 minutes is the current time.
Yeah, they couldn't stop them taking their tier 3s, so it ends up being a tier 2 and 2 tier 3s traded for this tier 1. I think Gory could have found a base much sooner, but at some point you do just need to get gold for your team.
Oh, RJ in the bush with Dominus. Pathmaker really well timed there by Driver. Might be just enough to get him away, and
nice.
It certainly is.
Okay, and Gory got to his item. So he is now no longer in danger of ever falling behind as the Corki this game. He's actually a bit accelerated. And now he can help out where his Karthus is lacking. He can make up for his Karthus's damage a bit and bridge them through to the late game where Karthus is just one behind.
Okay, everyone's down this bot side. There is no Dominus.
This is 2 force.
But yeah. Maybe if he had Halo Blades, could have got that stun off a little quicker.
Yeah, worthwhile ulti. Braum ulti should just be negligible. The problem for CFO is not having a TP for this dragon. Oh, Karsa's going to run into Maple here.
Yeah, I don't think Maple's backed in a long time.
Yeah, he must be holding on to quite a bit of gold. But isn't starting his recall for now. There he goes. Jinjia on the dragon. I think if you're CFO, you also give this.
Yeah, well, 10 stacks now will be for Ginger on this Kindred.
Yeah.
Just insanely far ahead.
Yeah, monster Kindred game. He was 2 levels up earlier too. Engage in the jungle looks like onto
Yeah,
Karthus.
Karthus getting locked up. Nice Braum shield from Sword Art, and maybe it's enough to keep this Karthus alive. It does seem like it will be. Ginger, though, he is fearless and just jumping on forward. Still has that Lambs spike, but going to opt not to get too aggressive.
I'm surprised Karsa, the direction he chose to flash in that fight. I think there's a world where you can flash forward as the Karthus there in those jungle chokes, but decides against it. Does just flash out. And remember, in terms of late game scaling too, this Cassante at some point is going to have 4 or 5 armor items. So it might not matter how strong this Kindred and Tristana get.
Yeah, I don't think the game's got that much steam left in it. I do like the optimism, but we are at a 5k gold advantage, and we have pretty much no towers left as CFO.
Yeah, Mark is on Baron.
Yeah, Ginger looking for Sword Art. Sword Art trying to deny a lot of that damage, but honestly, still just getting absolutely torn apart, and he'll just be going down.
He's just dead, wow.
Ginger is so damn strong on this Kindred. Gory, though, firing back. This Rocket Barrage doing a lot of damage.
That was through Braum shield as well. Kind of situations that Braum is designed to survive, but this Kindred's kind of broken the game.
Yeah, Baron getting started up here. Still
Karsa
have Maple up on the
ulti.
top side. Betty
Karsa
getting very
should
low.
just ulti.
Gory's doing a lot of damage here to Betty. It's going to proc his Seraphs at least.
Oh, so much damage. They have to get off this ASAP.
Yeah, Maple's here, though. Maple's on a flank. 4v5, Solar Flare, Woody very low, everyone very low. Ginger trying to find a way in. Shadow Crystal Arrow does connect here onto RJ from Shun. They are going to stop the Baron. No kills do go over.
Yeah, Karthus is getting to that point now where he can maybe stop these Barons just with his ulti.
Gory looking for Ginger. This could be Okay, I was a little worried for Gory's life there. Oh my god!
My
On
goodness.
the corner, he finds the snipe and all of a sudden pings down onto Baron for CFO. Now half HP on Shun. He's also very low on mana, and Arja teleporting in. This kind of feels like a desperation play.
Insta-dead though. It's insta-dead though.
Yeah, 4k HP. Junja here. Driver's trying to do his best to stop it. Arja in the pit with that dominance and smite it up. Kasa able to pick that up for himself as Gory's teleporting back to base. What can Arja do? He's supposed to be menacing. He gets 1 kill, but it's Shun kiting perfectly. It's Shun kiting and taking 2. Driver
dead.
shot down Junjia, and all that stands is Maple as the Baron, and teamfight winners claimed for CFO.
Yeah, and CFO might have just put themselves in a favorable position this game. Gold lead still in PSG's favor, but they now have a Baron for themselves on CFO with the better scaling team comp. Look at the items on this Corki now. 2 items up on Karthus. And here, it looked scary for CFO. Junjia is just getting owned by Driver, though, this entire time. I did not see this. He gets the Kindred ulti here, too, probably. Yeah, Driver is just 1v1ing this mega-fed Kindred this entire fight. And what an amazing TP from Gory as well, who has had a very clean game for himself.
Yeah, so Maple did pick up the inhib while that all happened, but at CFO, they wanted to find a way back in. They found it. Now, what are they going to do with this advantage they have for a time? Gory level 15 to 13 on Arja. I mean, this Renekton was at one stage by far the strongest champ in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely Gory now.
Gory now, yeah.
Yeah, not even Kindred anymore can stand to this Corki.
Dragon spawning in just 50 seconds. It's CFO who have the Dragon advantage with 2 early on in the game picked up for them. This Baron, only 1 minute left in it, but
Gory's
that should be enough to at least take this tower here. Maple, though, we know what he's like on this Tristana. He's sitting in that bot lane, constantly pressuring on these objectives. He sees Driver, will back off for the time.
Look how little damage he does to Driver, though.
But look at the pressure he's exerting. It's 1 tower. Dragon now. Junja's going to be able to pick himself up this red buff. 10 stacks still on this Kindred.
I do think Driver can just straight up match the Tristana, though, no? With the Karthus ulti, that won't be a close 1v1.
Yeah. You do have to be worried, I guess, about teleports and whatnot. There are 3 teleports on PSG, and not only Maple, but Betty as well could instantly end a game here on the Ziggs.
Corki, I wonder how close he is to level 16.
All 5 members here of PSG.
This would be an insane Dragon if CFO can get it.
Yeah, this would put them on Soul Point. Junja's looking for a way into this pit, but the Glacial Fissure is going to deny him. Soul Flare, though, it connects onto Shun. He's going to have to cleanse. A lot of damage down onto this AD carrier. Xenoblade connects on us onto Gory. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is onto Betty in response. Low health bars. Junja's trying to find the damage, though. Shut down. Gory's taken out of this game. Shun, he's taken out of this game, and it looks so good for CFO for a bit there, but now everything's turned around. 3 members are going to go down. Sword Art finally will fall. Now Driver, he's very tanky, but he cannot 1v5. It's Casa versus the world. And the world is looking to take game number 1.
Yeah, and from what I thought might have been an advantageous position for CFO, PSG just closed the game cleanly. Maple, for the most part, not really even in that fight, just zoned by Driver. And Gory, who's having such a clean game, just gets caught out in that Dragon fight. I think CFO had the opportunity in that fight to just sack a member after they got the Baron, after they got the Dragon. But the problem is, all your inhibs are open.
Yeah.
So even if you got the Dragon and you got out just sacking 1 guy, you're losing 3 inhibs.
Yeah.
After you back off.
I mean, ultimately, that last fight, and I'm hoping we'll get a replay of it eventually. Gory seemed to have just been stunned and stunned and stunned again. And he, out of everyone on his team, was the closest to all of the PSG members. And when you're Corki and you've itemized into a rapid fire cannon, you cannot be doing that.
Yeah.
I think it's egregious that we'll have to look at the replay, but all I saw was sort of midway through the fight after the Ziggs ult was used onto Shun, who then cleansed and ran away.
Yeah, I saw Corki Valkyring through the enemy team.
Yeah, Corki just got hit by absolutely everything. And when you are so strong, from a behind team as this Corki, you cannot afford to be getting hit by everything.
It was Gory's game to carry
Yeah.
that game. He was the strongest person on the map, as we were saying, and there's no one on the side of PSG who can stand in front of him, right? Leona, when she procs Aftershock and all her stuff, is okay for a sec. Renekton will last the wall with this Stair Axe, but this Corki should have just been shredding through PSG, but instead he goes down first and leaves his team kind of stranded.
Yeah, there was nothing really this team can do because a lot of this gold that they got from their sort of coming back into the game was all on Gory. He found that really nice pick admittly onto Betty, which allowed them to pick up. Yeah.
He was just sacking his team's towers while taking them.
Yeah, up top. Yeah, he lost. His team lost like 3 towers for him getting a top outer. So he really had to put on the carry shoes there, and he did look like he was doing it. He found that pick off on Betty, which then turned into a Baron. And it was like, wow, this game is looking pretty good now for CFO. They even won a fight after that. But then just to get caught out in one team fight, everything used on you. And
yeah,
I mean, it's not like anything should be targeted. You know, like none of the abilities that were used on Gory should hit him. They just shouldn't be in range. It was Zenith Blade.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get a replay of the fight. It was the game-deciding fight. I think the game was not decided when that fight had started. So hopefully that's the replay that we get going in here, because I'd love to see, exactly what happened to Gory. I will say overall, though, I like the way CFO looked. You know, it feels like they kind of switched their nameplates back on and remembered that we are, you know, Karsa, Sword Art, Gory, Shun, Driver. We are extremely good players, and even against PSG, we should look quite impressive. And they did throughout that game.
Yeah, for parts of it.
Yeah.
I think their early game was pretty atrocious. Part of it probably just PSG better at drafting. The draft coming out from PSG, they forced this Karthus. The only champ they decided not to ban, they banned Ivern over it, they banned Lilia. They just
Maokai,
forced the Karthus. They wanted Karsa to pick the Karthus. He did. And then Junja, I mean, 6 minutes 4 marks is an insane threshold. That is insane. That is not something,
especially because on Kindred, it feels like your game starts when you get 4 marks. You don't usually just get that on your first clear. Like Junjia did this game, and him and Aja were the only ones really posing problems for the side of CFO for most of that game, but they just posed good enough problems. So what happens to Gory here? He walks up and
he just gets Xena played.
Yeah. Just walks up without vision. You get so strong sometimes on the Corki. Junjia barely kills him and gets his ulti off just before the 4th stack of the Braum. Passive hits him. Otherwise, winnable fight for CFO. If, even with Gory going down early, if Junjia doesn't play it as flawlessly as he does.
Yeah, I mean, even with Gory did, I think they just lose is the problem.
Yeah.
Gory had so much of their advantage on him. And, I mean, admittedly, he was doing the damage. It was Junjia who did the most, barely. But Gory, in the game state that it was in, doing a pretty good job up until that final team fight.
Yeah. Yeah, you just can't get hit by Leona E.
Yeah.
As Corki without flash or anything. And again, that's just Woody somehow making miracles happen.
Yeah, Woody is pretty insane.
Every game, yeah. Leona E does not feel like a useful spell when I play Leona. Woody can win an entire game at 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the early game as well, that one play bottom where admittedly only one person died, it was a 1-for-1. But Woody just hitting like 3 back-to-back Zenith Blades.
Yeah.
Whilst they were using like flashes and dashes, so it followed them to their target location.
Oh, shout out Aja this game.
Yeah.
By the way, who's just straight up destroyed top lane.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of just goes without saying at this point, no? You just shout out to him every game because he always destroys his lane.
Yeah, he just does it every time.
I think MVP should probably... I would have thought Aja. Ultimately, for the course of the game got to the position it was in because of just the absolute decimation that was top. Junju would have been the second best pick, of course.
Yeah.
But...
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, so do I. Most damage, most important stat.
Yeah, he had double-digit stacks at like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah. That was a great performance from him.
Absolute monster on the Kindred.
And this dive, realizing this is a dive angle was also kind of insane.
Also, just at this point when you're Kindred, these dives are so safe.
Yeah.
Because you have your ulti at the end of the day. Driver's ulti, not all that useful under tower here. He does his best to try to get away, but it's Kindred.
Yeah. You've got a lot less dashes than the Kindred does.
Yeah.
Even with your flash available.
Even as Cassante.
Yeah.
who doesn't find himself in that position very often.
No, not often, but definitely against the Kindred. And PSG, I mean, honestly, that was about as dominant as game number 1 was last time these two met.
Yeah.
Without the caveat of out of nowhere, Gory found a random pick onto onto Betty.
Yeah.
Mixing up names here. But yeah, Gory found the pick onto Betty, which kind of delayed the game, made it a lot closer, an opportunity for a turnaround.
Credit to all of CFO. They were constantly finding picks. They found a lot of picks.
Yeah, CFO did ultimately play a lot better in game number 1 of this series than they did pretty much the entire series these two teams last met. Let's see if for game number 2 they can turn it on and take us to a game number 3 as well.
旅客核熟会，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your group flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5+皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷乐膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, but oh so far yet so close. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far, yet so close.
I'm feeling you. High as the ceiling, cause I'm breathing you. I can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that dress on you like the second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. But we ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Girl, I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way. Just like they say. Just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you're seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well get in line. Just get in line, get in line. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number one, all done and dusted. PSG looking dominant still. CFO, though, signs of life, and They're going to have to change it. They're going to have to change up game number 2, and they have. They're going to be blue side, and they're going to have rest in for their top lane. So far, Driver
They
not
picked red side.
Oh, they picked red side. Oh, my bad. My bad. But they are going to have rest. So far, Driver not having the best time up against Arja. 3 from 3, kind of just getting dominated.
Yeah, with or
games.
without counterpick, it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah. So this time we're going to have rest. Will have counterpick for himself if they so choose in the draft, but not often. Well, not really that impactful. It feels like the top lane counterpick a lot of the times. It just
Not into
feels like
Arja.
very much skill matchups, and Arja just seems to be the most skilled.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to matter when Aja gets counterpicked for sure. He will just win you the game in 10 minutes through top lane. But when he gets counterpicked, he might still win you the game in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
On the weaker side of the matchup. So, pretty terrifying player to go up against that no one in the PCS at least has solved.
Yeah,
At
see
all.
if rest can.
And honestly, the biggest problem Aja is causing in the draft is this Twisted Fate. And on red side, if you have to ban the Rumble and the Twisted Fate, you're running pretty low on bans. You're giving now... Maple gets his favorite champ, which is, I think if you just ask Maple to pick a champ right now, he's going to pick Trist. Without bans or seeing anything. And same deal for jungle.
Yeah.
Junjia gets whatever he wants. And I mean, it lets PSG on blue side. In this meta, you just have the opening to ban your opponent's comfort. You get to like ban strategically on blue side. On red side, you just need to ban OPs these days. Brand taken away again by PSG. They should just repeat.
Yeah.
Why not run it back? Rumble ban for CFO. And I think you just leave the TF open this time. It doesn't make sense to ban it on red side.
Yeah, and I know Rest has played it a little bit in solo queue. The only reason I know that is because he was playing against Shock.
Oh.
But he did go 1-6, so...
That's better than 1-7.
Yeah.
And Zyra banned away by CFO. I think they did ban that themselves last time.
Yeah, things looking the same. This was Twisted Fate.
Yeah. Even when they win, sometimes PSG will change their bans up, but nothing from CFO has made them feel like they need to get rid of it, or they don't have an answer for it.
Ziggs is going to be the ban. Okay. So trying to force out AP elsewhere in the draft, although they did kind of not need it, right?
Yeah.
Didn't feel like the AP was that meaningful, just by virtue of never really getting to a point where you desperately needed it.
Yeah, Senna open right now, so is Tristana. But I don't think you need to rush into the Tristana here.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to, if you prefer it over the Corki.
Ori looked like he was doing very well past a certain point in that lane.
Yeah, but Maple just gets to sit in a side lane and push towers, and he loves doing that.
He just uses it so well mid-late game.
Yeah.
The Tristana, that's probably worth it. And it's not like he's losing the lane. Good and even. Always ready to roam on the Tristana as well as Maple.
Are we having a salty run back?
Could be, and I don't even hate it from
Yeah,
CFO.
Ziggs is gone is the only difference so far.
Yeah, so you probably can't run it back in the same way as PSG. And this time the Twisted Fate is open. So there is the threat of this TF coming in third, but you don't have to do it. If you're not comfortable with the TF as CFO, just let it ride the whole way through draft because PSG aren't going to pick it. And PSG also can't take picks here and then ban Jax because you will get first pick.
Yeah, well, they're not going to even need that.
Just
no one
cannon
cares.
blind.
Just lock in the cannon. And maybe Ginger going back onto his Skarner.
I think this draft is atrocious by PSG.
Why is that?
I think they just don't kill stuff with these champions.
I think they do.
Every play should just be very telegraphed already. I think you do need some magic damage in the jungle. I like the Ivern, actually. I like the Ivern quite a lot. This so far is a PSG comp that definitely runs out of steam. So something like an Ivern shielding up people, healing people.
Yeah, but we still have to see the AD carry, so...
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to end up like that. Israel's Zeri, Kai'Sa.
Senna band
all of
away.
which are going to be pretty good here. I would have left Senna open and hope they pick it.
Yeah, Senna does not help PSG's comp at all. And putting gold on some tank in the bot lane for Woody doesn't help at all either. Not the best at getting through tanks. Our CFO's comp. Ash is fine. Corki doesn't love hitting tank.
Yeah, a little bit dirt, right? He has the true damage now.
Yeah, it's just because he gets LDR so late
In
his build.
Does he even build it? I'm pretty sure he doesn't. You just,
yeah, exactly.
You just sit on the true damage. But the true damage is insane once you're a full build.
Rom banned away by PSG. Leona Senna.
Yeah.
For the side of CFO. Leona very difficult for Ivern and Ash to deal with, so I like that ban. And another ban for PSG here. I guess they could target support.
Probably should.
I'm surprised they haven't banned any top laners. There's Cassante. So they're not worried about any Kennen matchup. Everything's just fine. You should take your top lane pick now. If you're CFO.
This is a matchup I've seen Arja Giga Smurfin before.
As the
Kennen.
What's he against? Top lane.
This is last year spring up against Solo Kill. Game 2 of the finals.
Oh, I thought you meant this split. Never mind.
No.
Oh, Gory's locked in. B is ear. Staple for him. Not a very strong champion on the patch. Where's Corki going? Bot lane then.
So this is Ash, Corki bot. Or it could be Corki top. Or Ash top.
Yeah, I don't hate those matchups into Kennen. I think Ash would destroy Kennen.
I don't. You can't really get away with Wit's End. And you're against Kennen Skarner.
Oh, I mean, long before Kennen is 6, I think Ash has just destroyed the lane, but the problem is, the way you would have to play that would probably need Jinjia to be disconnected.
Yeah.
Rakan,
yes.
Jin.
Ooh.
Bard Jin also and Bard was a champion I was going to bring up last game. He really loves the Warmogs meta. They've locked in Nautilus. So I'm getting excited about Bard. He loves Warmogs. Bloodsong, Warmogs, Bard can just solo people.
Kind of like Leona.
Yeah, and Nautilus.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. So we have our comps. I mean, I guess it's Ash top.
It must be. Oh, goodness. Or just straight up Azir top.
Yeah. Yeah.
That used to be a thing. Makes more sense, I think. But based on Gory just having the opportunity to play Azir, he's probably going to do that.
Wait a second. No, this is swapping. Okay, good. There we are. So, yep, Ash top for rest. Definitely trying out something new.
Is it?
Oh. Okay, no, it's going to be Corki top for rest.
Corki should also be fine into Kennen. Never dying to Kennen. As Corki, it should have permanent prio. So I like it.
Yeah, interesting draft.
Some frontline issues for CFO, which you kind of want as much frontline as possible against Jin. Having this many squishies is scary.
Yeah, and we've seen Betty's Jin before.
Yeah.
An insanely skilled Jin player, but honestly, it feels like he shouldn't get that much of a lead when you're going up against Sword Art Shun. Just two fantastic bot laners. Shun in particular, always impressive.
Yep.
Feels like he just levels up split on split. Oftentimes, it feels like...
He just always brings his A game.
Yeah, it always feels like when they lose, it's like, damn, Shun did his absolute damn best.
Yeah.
And it just didn't matter.
Yeah, when
Even
they
last
lose,
game,
we're rarely talking about Shun.
Yeah.
Just to give him our sympathy, condolences usually.
Yeah, even last game, right? We were talking in the break, it's like, man, feels like if Shun had the gold Gory had,
yeah,
probably get that one over the line.
Yeah, laser beam arrows, all of last game. Back on the Ashe.
Yep.
So that is a good sign. Cleanse probably has to just be taken on this Jin.
I'm surprised there's no cleanse for Shun. Now, obviously, there is an Azir who does fare well into Kennen. You can just ult that Kennen ult.
Yep. No exhaust. Insight for CFO. Not worried about the Kennen. Big Kennen ultis. Electrocute on the Kennen. There's a bit of a switch up from Aja. Makes sense into a squishy matchup. Should help him with these trades into rest and then eventually into one-shotting people.
Minions have spawned.
If he does ever get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Cannon.
Carset starting off at the Wolves like most Ivans do.
So I'm a little bit scared looking at these comps, right? At first I was hating PSG's comp, but when they just run in with Skarner, Kennen ultis, and Jin just opens up with his ulti, who is frontlining for CFO?
Yeah.
They just crumble,
I
don't they?
think I prefer PSG's comp, but it is a composition brought out by CFO that should mean, you know, there should be a bit of pressure coming from this top lane.
And I think it's so volatile, this draft by PSG as well. I really think they're having a disproportionate level of success on this Kennen because of the leads Aja is getting. The, in my opinion, unjustifiable leads that Aja's getting.
You just have to turn nameplates on and they're justified, mate.
Yeah, but we're seeing Kennens from Aja just way too fed relative to where he should be. This champion doesn't have a lot of damage these days.
Not often you see anyone just straight 1v2ing against an Ashe.
Yeah, there goes Woody.
We talk a lot about Aja, but Woody is secret OP in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost the most quiet members of PSG who are the scariest. You know, quiet in terms of their picks, you know, not having all that flashy picks, Woody and Aja. And not even really having flashy playstyles.
Yeah, until Aja's on Udyr and just wins all 3 lanes in the first 3 minutes.
Even that won't be flashy. He'll just walk up to people and right-click them. It'll just look like, why doesn't everyone do this? But only Aja can. Karsa making his way up top.
Yeah, no ward for Aja. This could be scary. Though, he's going to be completely fine.
Yep, and these dumb 2v2s, where both solo lanes are just ranged, and we're just kind of standing off. The Skarner's a lot worse than...
Ooh, Maple with a massive trade mid.
Yeah.
Gory finding some back. Is Castle going to flash away, but that is the wrong side of the rift.
Yeah, not sure where the plan is to go now.
Rest trying to answer back with some trading, but it's Aja who picks up first blood.
Yeah, he's going to get the kill, but he's dead after.
Rest might not even... Oh, that last auto attack will secure it for him, and good guy Aja leaves himself... Well, leaves that kill for Maple.
Yeah, I'm not sure what on earth Karsa is cooking. They are stronger in the 2v2 if it's a standoff, not if it's an Ivern melee range of 2 people.
Yeah,
what exactly happens here?
He has ever occurred.
He has Prio in top lane, so he gets a full sense of security, but Aja's playing the inside of the lane, while Rest is playing the alcove, so he gets here so much earlier, and it's just the synergy between this jungle and top of PSG, unrivaled in the league. It's not even close. Anytime these two are together, good things happen for PSG, as they happen again.
Yeah, thankfully, able to at least trade 1 kill back, but still, it's yet another game where Archer's on this cannon and looking to start off mighty fine.
Yeah, and this is probably going to be a very irrelevant Corki.
Oh.
Bot lane doing pretty well for themselves. Betty going to have to take his second recall now.
I'm very surprised that there's no cleanse on Ashe. There's just so much that could hit her, Gory. Once again, trading pretty well.
Back. Yeah, without Halo Blades, you see why people take Halo Blades into this Tristana, though. It's hard to win those trades otherwise.
Yeah, but I just think now you just get out-sustained if you don't take Fleet Footwork alongside Absorb Life. Sword Art finding his way now. Flash stun. Crash down as well onto Junji. Junji's going to ride this run into a wall, but yeah, Maple's going to come in. It's Woody who picks up 1 kill, trading the life as Junjia will go down. Gory very low. At level 6, there's no threat really on him.
Yes, CFO have to rotate all 5 to this play to just get the 1-for-1. It is a favorable 1-for-1 jungle for support, of course. But they did commit Sword Art's flash for that. and left Betty some free time in the bot lane, in a lane he was maybe struggling in. High gold game is fine for CFO, but they just need to make sure, like they have done, trade back these kills. Oh, Aja, such a good timing on that all-in. He's about to hit 6 as he's running out of the bush. Doesn't get it quite in time to stop the Valkyrie from rest.
Woody up in this top side now.
Yeah, and the wave is atrocious for rest. Karsa on his way back up here.
Should just be these Void Grubs pretty handily going over. All 3 do.
Yeah, I think...
Oh my god, it's time for a 3v3 in the top lane. Valkyrie used.
Rest
Slicing Maelstrom available, but we're not even going to commit it. We'll just get that
Whoa.
flash out of rest and call it a day.
Yeah. No greed. No greed on the flash for Rust.
Yeah, and how did PSG do it? They're just up 1k gold? It feels like they just spawn gold.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just small leads, right?
Yeah.
Just mostly in jungle, a little bit in top. No plates picked up for anyone but Maple yet. Ori doing well in the mid lane. Has needed a couple drive-by ganks from his teammates, or drive-by assists from his teammates. Really dedicating a lot of time up here. Sword Art kind of just walking up and down. But we'll just go match the Nautilus now. Is down a bit of XP on the rel, so has to be careful. Especially as Woody's going to recall and run straight to this drag. Arso would love to have level 6 by then.
Well, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just to be annoying.
Yeah, just interrupting the recall. Maybe worthwhile. That's how people use Jinx ulti. It's a bit of a shorter cooldown, though, and a less relevant ultimate at this point. Karsa going to run into a level 6 Skarner.
Just have to be careful. So yeah, Skarner ult coming out, bringing him over to Woody. Flash
Jesus
to steal.
Christ.
This is a jungle, baby. What are we doing? We're flashing to end for Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, just playing with pure emotion, I think, is Mr. Karsa.
Oh, no hook. Wow.
And,
now that was remnant of, I believe it was C9.
Yeah,
MSI.
old C9 Blabber.
Yeah.
Actually, give him a run for his money there. Give me one moment as I note the time, because that is a clip-worthy play from Old Mate.
That was egregious.
He did get the crab. We're going to get a replay to see if we can try get inside the mind of a jungler here. As, I mean, I cannot fathom the amount of dopamine released as he flashes and secures the crab there.
The PSG social media guy is going to be having a field day with that one. Wow. I don't really know what's to come for the rest of this game, but that is the highlight. That was unreal. Top lane. Just another day of Arja kind of destroying. No matter who you put in.
Oh, into.
Oh, back depth charge, dredge line, captive audience, and Sword Art. He gets the crash down going. Oh, he's gone. Oh, Junji even wanting it for himself. Betty, you can see he's biting his lip. He's very angry at his Skarner.
Shun probably regretting using that arrow to interrupt the Jhin ulti, as they didn't even need it to get the kill. Now he's stuck under his tower. Full HP Skarner.
Yeah, Gory is here. And PSG realizing...
Let's see, Woody no flash. He could scoop someone up here. Oh, Woody.
Oh, Junja with the ultimate, and Woody with the fantastic timing on that dredge line. Hook only just going wide, and Sword Art here now. All the slows coming through from Ashe is just not enough.
Yeah, damn.
PSG somehow make their way out, and Maple's coming now. Captive audience, it lands once again. And Maple could just be in Reset City now as Sword Art. He spawns, he comes bot, and he goes down. Corky finds one, finds another. RJ not going to have the teleport to react to this. As Rocket Barrage just not going to clip there onto Woody.
Here's Karsa, though.
Yeah, Karsa is here. Woody trying to run away.
Oh.
Not going to connect there with the root. And teleport from Gory is going to save the top lane. So a nice answer back from CFO, but they still find themselves at a 2k gold deficit.
Yeah, and they can't turn any of these plays into objectives or towers yet. And here is where Shun is really wishing he didn't use his ulti for poke at this point. This would be amazing. This would just be a 2v3 win for CFO, and they wouldn't need to commit any more members. He would just kill everything here on the Ashe. Unfortunately, yeah, just out of mana, no ulti on the Ashe. Gets kited out, and this great TP from Rest salvages the play. Sword Art respawns, runs straight back to die, loses his flash too, so he's sad about that, but needs something for CFO. You know, you need to get some gold back going your way. And they get a little bit of gold. Gold lead still grows for PSG for now.
Yeah. And they will be looking to secure themselves there. 4th, 5th, and 6th. Void Grub. It doesn't seem like there's going to be an answer, but we have seen crazier attempts from Casa this game.
Yeah, very true. Junglers, for whatever reason, not as emotionally invested in the objectives as they are in the crabs.
The crab is the objective.
Yeah. Really the mark of a great jungler. What they're willing to give up for a crab.
Flash is one thing, but Flash and 300 gold. That's kind of the bar that was set, again, by C9 Blabber. Casa, honoring it.
Yeah, Flash is just another summoner spell at the end of the day. If you'd smite for the crab, you should flash for it. But the death does show your dedication. And, I mean, this has been the story of the series. It feels like CFO are kind of keeping up in kills, trading kills back where they can, but in objectives, PSG are destroying them.
Yep.
They're just never hitting towers on CFO. They've never got shoved. They're never hitting enemy jungle camps. They're never taking objectives themselves. Just feels like PSG completely control these games. Both games now.
Yeah, good signs for CFO are that their carries, none of them have really died, rested with 1 death.
Yeah.
But other than that, they are, you know, just slowly getting more and more gold for themselves.
Yeah,
it is really only Caster and Sword Art that have been going down.
Yeah, both games mid and AD. Both games mid and AD are strong points for CFO. In the previous game, stronger than their counterparts by a considerable margin. This game, harder to say that. Especially with this cull about to be finished by Maple, who is half an item up. And massively ahead of gold. And there is every carry member of PSG, including their tank Skarner jungle, ahead of CFO. And no massive leads, right? It's just everyone on PSG is just a bit ahead.
Yeah.
From just playing the map better. Sword Art sprinting at Woody.
Sure. We've already seen a 5v4 that went pretty much even for CFO, so
yeah,
we haven't really seen a fight that includes this Kennen, who stands out as kind of the X factor.
Yeah. There is the inevitable 600 gold in Maple plates. And this isn't even the worst part of playing against Maple. He's now ahead on this Tristana. He's side lane permanently. PSG all here, they're a bit early for the Dragon. Maybe just setting up Maple.
We're just searching for fights. We just want to brawl.
They just want to distract CFO, I think, and let Maple take this tower.
Not going to work.
Yeah. CFO for now, matching correctly, recognizing the play is happening bot lane. And this is the problem with Ivern, I think, is that you don't actually have agency yourself, right? You just need a match. Be with your carries. And it's a guessing game for Karsa, whether he needs to be with his carry in the mid lane or the bot lane. And he needs to be there in line.
Max range ultimate out of Junjie, but flash from Shun gets him back to safety, and then Enchanted Crystal Arrow will connect onto Woody as Junjie flashes out of the way. But still, that is a flash for flash, and you'd rather have no flash on your Skarner than on your Ashe, ultimately.
Yeah. Especially when you are behind. It's actually Static Shiv over Kraken Slayer on the Ashe.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, which I find interesting. I much prefer the Kraken Slayer, I think.
Me too.
But maybe Shun just needs some wave clear this game. There's a lot of it on his team, but worried about mid waves. He's not exactly contesting them.
Yeah, very weird Static Shiv, I think. But, alas.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think I can trust Shun.
Yep.
Defer to his decision. It probably had some logic behind it.
Well, the old classic Rel Nautilus Q trade.
Sword
Death
Art
charge coming through, and
is
Sword Art
just
maybe
dead.
searching for his 4th death of the game. It's Maple's teleport, and Maple's kill once more.
Yeah.
Kind of just a janitor, this game is Maple.
Yeah, and PSG aren't just going to go for the dragon and set up for it too early. They're going to make sure they get the maximum shove in mid, shove in bot. They're going to pick up this bot tower because CFO don't have the numbers to defend it. And yeah, they're just... This is why their leads just continue to grow. We haven't seen all that much action, and still their lead just is ballooning to 4K.
Yeah, just somehow.
Last time I looked, it was 2K, and
Yeah, now it's
was
at
hitting
5.
grubs. Yeah, and now it's at 5 with 1 or 2 kills happening.
I think 1. I think that Sword Art kill was the only kill
that happened, but somehow the gold lead is just forever expanding.
Yeah, just that player's just that much better.
And
Sword Art just spawning. Oh, is going to dodge out of the Skarner ultimate.
Yeah, could have been close to dead there. Sword Art does have his team with him though.
Yeah, if he gets hit by that, almost certainly he's
Oh,
going to
Jinjir, no
die.
flash.
Jinjir, though, he might be the one that goes down. His teleport's coming in. It's Gory. And this Skarner is not long for this world as CFO G1 are back, and they're looking now for this Rift Herald. We'll see if PSG have anything to say about it, but with recalls coming through here from Maple, I don't suspect they do.
Yep. I like that CFO aren't committing too many members to this and maintaining their lane states. Even Gory should recall ASAP and get to bot wave and maintain that lane.
Does get the empowered recall from finishing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
They're looking for a dive, but Woody's up here. Arj is
here.
also
Maple's
behind.
straight here too.
Yeah, oh, the slicing Maelstrom as Maple does get here. It's not going to be enough, though. Redemption. Dive definitely protected. Slicing Maelstrom, though, used and didn't really get anything for themselves.
Got the flash out of rest. That feels good.
3 members still up here for CFO, and Maple realizing that he is well extended past where he should be, is going to choose to turn back. Now, is Junja going to get aggressive yet again? Doesn't seem like it. Going to go instead hit some camps.
Yeah, without his flash, looks like he's learned his lesson. On the Skarner, will sit back now, get himself level 11. As he is falling a bit behind in XP. Maple jumps onto Gory.
Yeah, just jumping on Gory's head. And
it's a very close fight, and with some mana, Gory might be able to turn that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that was pretty much everything used. I think Maple probably would have jumped forward again if he had a little bit more information available.
Yeah, got himself a 20 CS lead, does Maple. A lot of gold on this Tristana. Is a great Azir game if Gory can get there. But we haven't usually seen Gory be the scale up for late game Azir. He is the get advantages early and just completely take over the game kind of Azir. So this will be a new look for him. See how he manages on a hyper carry.
Maple once again just relentless.
Fearlessly
rocket
jumping.
jumps.
Yeah. Should be communicated as a Sword Art that this Tristana is without her rocket jump. I like how the waves are being managed much better by CFO this time around. No waves just going to towers for free. No towers just going for free, importantly. There's a lot of that last game. And made the game very
Why
one-sided.
does Betty have any executioners? That's illegal.
That's...
Woo-woo, illegal build.
Yeah, that is an abysmal choice. In who you're putting your healing reduction on.
It's only redemption. That's it.
Yeah, you'd almost feel better about a Serpent's Fang on the Jhin. As CFO grouped everyone around Gory. And Shun. Shun is up here too. So
Yeah,
they're
any
looking for
teleport
this-
flanks available? It doesn't seem like there are.
Yeah.
Should
Yeah.
just be this tower picked up. Top lane inner
Nice.
for CFO.
Yeah,
Don't
good.
choose to use the Azir's passive.
Good use of the Ivern from from behind even. Daisy's still just so strong at this point in the game. You can't kill it yet. Aja, permanent priority here. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but there's a world where Corki's just more useful in team fights later than Kennen. Kennen kind of has the Malphite problem, where his engage is pretty telegraphed and it only goes in one direction. So in these super late game fights, a couple flashes and the Kennen's just in the middle of your team dead. And, you know, sometimes that is worth it, usually, but sometimes the game's just decided off of plays like that.
Still going to be used. Gory.
Gory's in it.
He's going to be the one piloting it. Is this scary? Doesn't seem like it is. Well, They won't get the mid tower, just a bit of chip damage. Still making their way to being able to get it soon as Dragon number 2 for either of these squads does spawn.
Yeah, PSG struggling a little bit with the siege of CFO with this Ivern. We saw CFO beat Frank last split with a very similar composition, front to back with Ivern. There was a bit more front in that game, though.
Deathcap now finished from Arja.
Yeah.
Ahead of what is likely to be a dragon fight, although...
with Flash and TP.
Gory recalling.
Woody wants to get a ward for this cannon so badly. There's a good one. Sword Art finds it, though. Are there any other wards for this cannon?
He's already here.
It's dead.
Dragon's gone.
It's dead.
CFO now probably should just back out. Woody lands a hook though onto Sword Art. Massive depth charge onto 4 and Archer's in there. The slicing Maelstrom is certainly slicing. One does go down. The curtain call's hitting. 2 very low health bars. Ivan and Gory are just so low, but will not be going down. It's a 1 for 3, but it's in favor of PSG as they march down the middle lane. The captive audience, but there's no more follow-up as Casa chucks down a bush and will be able to run on back and likely recall.
Yeah, everything going the way of PSG. Dragon, mid-tier 1, couple kills too. And we're going to see the engage here from Woody. CFO kind of just hanging around after the Dragon's already dead, and that's an insane Nautilus ulti. Nice flash from Gory instantly. But you see Kennen comes in and trades 2 flashes for 1 instantly. Still manages to kill off Shun and Sword Art. And hard to not miss cleanse there if you're the Ashe. Considering Kennen can just do that every 5 minutes, just flash straight onto you.
Damn, Gory's going for second item death cap.
I like it. I thought he might go Shadow Flame, solo AP with an Amp Tome and a Rod, but
I
changed
wouldn't
his mind.
have hated a Leandri's, honestly, considering a lot of this game he's going to be hitting a Skarner and a Naut, both of which have War Monks.
There's his Rabbit, though.
Rabadon's finished.
Full item behind Maple now, though.
Yeah, Maple quietly just janitoring up a few early kills and then sitting in a side lane as we've come to know him to do on this Tristana.
Yeah.
3 items, Bloodthirster picked up.
And who is stopping him? Think about how many members of CFO you actually have to rotate to ever kill Tristana.
Yeah, eventually Rest should be able to just clear, but yeah, not going to be easy. IE also finished here for Betty, but still has the most egregious... what is that item called again? Executioner's Calling.
Yeah. Daisy not going to be able to make it out of this one. Does go down, unfortunately, and it's kind of already at the point where Ivern ulti is useless now. You kind of have a short window in mid-game where Daisy is the strongest unit on the map.
Maybe has to be careful. Gory looking for him. Nice flash though, and now Gory's in trouble. He has no flash and he's in front of everyone. He's just gone down. He looked for a play, but a play it was not as Maple's trying to find his way onto Shun. He's not going to need to. Artis just eliminated him from this fight. Rest on the backside though, trying to answer back. He's not been able to. Curtain call 1, 2, 3 should land. Betty fire it. He misses. But PSG do not as they clean up that team fight. It's a clean ace off the back of Gory just searching for too much.
Yeah, PSG just look unstoppable. Maple, nice flash. No flash for Gory to get out once he's just stuck in the middle there with his pants down. I wonder if Maple didn't have rocket jump up and that's what's inspired Gory to go for that play. because Tristana can just buffer that anyway. We'll see if the rocket jump does get used. No, it just wasn't even used by Maple, I don't think.
But yeah, at this point.
Yeah, and the fight's over the moment it gets flashed like that.
Rest comes in, but I mean, oh, I didn't even see that. Obviously, we were looking at Arju, but
Rest tries to put the moves on him here, and maybe even gets hooked out of this shot from Betty. Yeah, too hard to escape.
Back to live now. It's Baron buff for PSG. All 4 members of CFO are down in this bottom lane. Only Gory in the mid. Junjin misses on his ultimate, but the hook from Woody will not. Maple getting aggressive, and will come Gory with his teleport, but he's in no man's land. He's going to have to quickly jump on out of there as Woody flashes forward and connects onto Rest. Is it 2 games in a row that some CC onto a Corki wins the game? It doesn't seem it. As CFO quickly take down Woody.
Yeah, that engage actually just ends up taking the wind out of PSG's sails. They can turn their attention to their 3rd dragon if they want to. It is a very strong soul, so being on soul point would feel very good if you're PSG, but they're not done sieging yet, even with 10 seconds on the dragon. Aj's ulted.
Aj's just 1v1ing Sword Art, and he's winning it, but not sure you want all that used on the
Sword Art
Rail.
had flash.
Yeah. Choosing not to use it. It is just the kill found. It's a 1-for-1 now, ultimately. Both supports going down, but Woody ultimately has spawned quicker. Also, teleport used in that play by Gory.
Yeah, it may be correct for Sword Art to hold his flash there. Because it doesn't look like they could have contested the drag anyway.
Sword Art is 1, 7, and 5.
God, this cannon does a lot of damage. Did you see how much damage he just did to Shun? Shun flashed on him too. Must have been a trade of flashes.
Oh, Woody. Woody just getting disgusting with it. And Gory, he's going to have to dodge. Betty will not find his mark, and Gory lives to see another day. Rest teleporting on in and losing half his HP for his trouble is Maple. Maple's just 1v2, and Carson should get his shield back up. Does, in fact, do so will survive, but Shun's down. And now it's 5 members of PSG as Archer quickly tries to return to his team. Mid lane inhibitor going to go down. Bot lane surely to follow.
Yeah, and
he's back up, trying to find damage. This Corki not really doing all that much as Junja just happily standing in front, tanking up absolutely everything. Another hook lands from Woody. Captive audience and Rest. He is trying to find something, but it's not all that much. The Redemption's a nice heal.
This Tristana's just impossible to deal with. Level 18.
Yeah, low mana though. Low mana on Betty and Maple's. Rest going forward. Sword Art with the engage. Arjet, though, countering with the Slicing Maelstrom, will be taken out. He at least dies once in this game, but it's Maple. He doesn't have much mana, but he doesn't need much. He's Tristana, damn it. He just auto-attacks. Rest now, all he's got to do is run away. Betty, being the Jin, is fast enough. It's even a hook to confirm the kill eventually from Woody. While Maple and Junjia, they're trying to deal with this Nexus. Shun, another hook from Woody. This guy is absolutely outrageous on these engaged supports. And just like that, 30 minutes in, it's PSG taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, another pretty flawless game from PSG. Again, CFO gave themselves chances. They gave themselves opportunities. And they played in a way where they should have done a lot better that game. They had themselves in a position where they should have done a lot better than they did in both games, I think. But it just feels like they got outplayed.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Ultimately, it does feel like PSG just have CFO's number. They kind of get, leads somewhere, or they find a way into a game somewhere, but PSG just shut it down almost entirely immediately. I think we need to stop letting Maple have Tristana. While you never look at that game and be like, this game was lost because they have Maple, or they have Maple's Tristana.
It's so annoying to deal with.
It's impossible to deal with. Even when they finally start to get some forward momentum, someone just has to commit their entire game to sitting in a side lane against this Tristana. And ultimately, yes, you're going to stop the Tristana from pushing, but it's Tristana with all the forward momentum. Push fully up in the wave, can choose to teleport back, can choose to pressure your inhib. Having that much say and how to play the macro gameplay just makes it so much easier for PSG.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's very apparent in these games, how exactly PSG want to play with the Tristana. Their macro is completely different when they've got either the Tristana or the TF, and I think both champs actually play quite similar, and both champs perform really well for PSG because they're better at recognizing the map states they can put their opponents in, sometimes before their opponents even realize that they are giving up 3 towers for 1 tower top. You know, that's already kind of decided that it's happening, and Gory's just stuck there looking like a fool in game 1, just hitting a top tier 1 while his inhibs get taken.
I must say, the Corki, cute idea.
Fine.
Kind of invisible.
Yeah.
Just kind of.
Fine.
You definitely noticed the Kennen more than the Corki.
Yeah.
I think we can say.
Yeah, we've seen lanes go a lot worse into Aja though, so I'm willing to let the Corki slide.
Yeah.
If that's what it takes to not just lose the game at 10 minutes to Aja.
Yeah, but I think the rest of the map kind of suffered, and especially their team fight.
I think Carso wasn't even trying to win that game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, what the...
I think Carso was just... That was an egregious performance.
Yeah, that whole Scuttle Crab thing.
Not even the Scuttle Crab thing. The top level 4 play.
What happened top level 4?
He flashed to the enemy jungle.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, that was probably more egregious. And
no. The flash to get Scuttle Crab was more egregious.
Doesn't get much more egregious than that.
Yeah.
With like the top lane play, you could make up something he was cooking up, but with the Scuttle Crab, that was never going well.
No.
Not really trying to win if we flash for the crab, are we?
Just guaranteeing a death, basically.
Yeah. Nothing changes if it's a good fight to take. I don't think it's a good fight because you flash for the crab.
No, yeah.
I think it's an even better fight if you've got your flash still on Ivern when your team does make it to you.
I'm kind of flawed. Yeah. Also, sort out this game was something like 1 and 9.
Yeah, just sprinted it. Yeah, and it's kind of what we said at the start of the series. Jungle support is a problem.
And ultimately, you're probably going against the best jungle and support in the league at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's very hard to argue against now.
I think saying probably is being very kind to the other teams.
Yeah, they are.
Because it seems like it's not even close in terms of jungle jungle support. Also not close in terms of jungle top. They just win every 2v2.
Yeah, they are just by far the best team at utilizing jungle and top synergy.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing you can quite clearly notice is that not many teams really put a focus on sending their jungler top and making plays around them. And Junja and Arja are probably the 2 exceptions that come to mind immediately.
It seems like when they're on the same screen, just money is coming PSG's
way.
Yeah,
and that goes all the way back to 2 years ago when they were playing in the spring of the 2023. They were just doing the same thing.
Yep.
Last split even more so, if you remember. Just every game started off with a double kill level 4 for Ginger.
And what's insane is that last split, it was we were playing tank tops to set up Junjia.
Yeah.
And this split, they've shown we can play tank tops and get Aja ahead.
They certainly can. They were getting RG ahead. They are just very good.
Oh, Maple did it.
That surprised me.
That should probably get you the MVP, I reckon.
Yeah, probably.
If you just owned every stat.
I mean, it should be.
Woody had a ridiculous game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is like near the end, the last 5 minutes, Woody probably threw out like 20 hooks and hit every single one of them.
Yeah.
What is Maple?
Maple, the MVP. Gory, again, felt like he got a lot of gold this game and then just had a moment in a team fight where maybe it could have gone better for him. And
that one play that he looked for onto Maple. If he finds it, if it works out, then it's probably game churning. But ultimately, you're looking
so hopeful. First off, you're hoping Maple forgot how to buffer Azir ulti.
Yeah.
Which, maybe no one plays Azir.
And maybe the timing is pretty intricate.
On a flash Azir ulti, definitely.
Yeah.
But Maple just has this flash.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you kind of expect summoners to be somewhat known, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's fine if you give leeway of 10, 20 seconds, but just not knowing that Maple's flashes up, going for the play, and then you're just stuck.
Yeah. And here, Maple very illegally jumps into both Rest and Gory. I do not think he's actually strong enough to 2v1 that at this point in the game. I think they just did not hit him.
Yeah, well.
They probably lose 1-for-1.
Maybe, yeah. Ultimately, PSG in total were just that far ahead, and you could argue that yes,
they might have been.
They could turn it around, but maybe onto Maple and get the 1-for-1. But ultimately, probably both people end up dying if the follow-up comes from PSG. So it becomes, is it worth it? There was probably a shutdown on Maple, so you'd probably argue it would be, but who really knows? PSG, they do cement themselves still as our most dominant and pretty obvious first pick, first place. Yeah. Obviously, we've still got a lot of games to come. It's a double round robin. There's going to be another game between CFO and PSG, so they have one more chance to bring it back. But interview, first of all, it's with Patty and Junja, so please do enjoy.
First， 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 PSG 的打野选手俊佳，请俊佳先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的打野俊佳。
So you guys won over CFO last week. You guys went over them again today. How do you feel about the win? 上个星期你们打赢了 CFO， 今天再次打赢他们，有什么想法、心情？
蛮开心的吧，因为他们也算是 PCS 很厉害的队伍。
I'm pretty happy about today's win against them because they're a pretty strong team in PCS. So we know that AP jungle champions are actually pretty popular in this patch. In the first game, you guys 5-banned their jungle champions, and then you picked Kindred. I want to ask you why you guys made that decision. 我们知道 AP 打野英雄在这个版本非常的盛行。那在第一局的时候，其实你们5-ban 了对面的打野，然后你选择了近爪，想问一下你们为什么会做这样的选择？
可能我们教练觉得就是要针对一下他们打野吧，因为他们打野玩得很好，然后效果也蛮不错的。
I think our coach wanted to ban their jungle because their jungle is really strong, Karsa, and so he decided the ban pick, and it went pretty well. So overall, it's a pretty good decision. So in the first game, you guys had a pretty good lead in the early game. In the middle, it almost got reversed, and you were able to win it off. How were you able to do that? 其实，在第一局的时候，前期你们是有一路的优势，但是在中局差点被逆转，最后是怎么赢下来的呢？
因为我们前面很优势，可能有点没那么专心了，然后后面冷静下来之后，经济应该算是均势，就还有蛮有得操作的。
So even though we have a lead in the beginning, we all pretty much we thought we were very confident, so we weren't as focused. But in the later game, we calmed down and know that our goalie is pretty even, so we still have a chance to win. So we're able to win that game. So in 70% of your in-game time, you guys have a major lead in your gold. So PSG actually was pretty good in previous seasons, but you guys in this season, you guys were so far ahead that other teams weren't able to match you guys. I want to ask you, what do you think PSG improved on the most this season? 在70%的游戏时间里，你们都能取得经济上的巨大领先。其实我们都知道 PSG 在前几个赛季都表现得非常好，但在这个赛季呢，你们已经强到其他队伍几乎看不到你们车尾灯了。想问一下，你觉得 PSG 在这个赛季最大的进化是在哪里？
我觉得是我们5个人都进步的特别多吧，然后也跟很多厉害的队伍训练，然后学习到了不少。
I think all of us, our teammates, improved individually in our skills, and we practiced a lot with a lot of strong teams. That's how we improved this season. Lastly, do you have anything you want to say to the audience? 最后，你们什么话想要对我们的观众说的？
我们会去世界赛好好加油。
We will definitely go to Worlds. Just support us and please watch our games. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you once again for the interview, Patty, and we'll definitely go to Worlds. If I were a betting man, if I were a betting man, I would probably take those odds because they are looking completely unstoppable. Now, I did a bit of research. So over the past 2 series that CFO have taken on PSG, Sword Art has had a combined score of 118 and 11.
Is that both series combined?
Both series combined.
Not this series. Oh, okay.
It's both series combined. He went 0-7-0 last series.
Yeah. Got
so
the one.
Huh?
Got the one this time around.
Yep, got one kill this time around and a bunch of assists. So did better. And I think CFO ultimately did do better. The results speak for themselves, right? There were no...
Yeah, and I kind of forgot until Paddy brought it up in the interview how many jungle bans they threw at Karsa. And it kind of worked.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately...
He looked like he was losing his mind in that second game.
Yeah. Just like got given Ivern duty and made sure he didn't look like his Ivern.
He's played Ivern willingly in the past.
He has, yeah.
Yeah, which is strange. It didn't feel like it really succeeded in pushing him off of comfort, but honestly, maybe he had to just go so deep in his bag that he wasn't preparing those champions.
Yeah.
How many champions do you prepare for any given series?
We ended up with one of the most scuffed drafts of all time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, just who knows what's going on there. Today's results, of course, on your screen. Frank with a clean 2-0. PSG, likewise, very clean 2-0 to finish off.
Almost equally clean.
Yeah. So I think pretty solid, or like you could have a pretty solid estimate, I suppose, as the top of both groups.
Both these games kind of just set the tone for each of their group, right? We've got the best versus probably the second best team in the group. A blowout.
Yeah.
A blowout. So we've got kind of clearly defined first place in both groups now. Both teams essentially uncatchable.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, so I believe it's double round robin. So you play, so PSG, for example, will play CFO and DCG twice. Yeah. I think maybe the breakout group is single, but we'll see anyway as things continue. Tomorrow's games, though, it will be between J-Team and Halpigs, which, again, it's kind of the battle for last place in many ways. These are the two teams that seem, at least on the current patch, to be the weakest.
Yeah.
And then DCG versus CFO to finish us off.
That'll be good.
That will be good.
That'll be good.
That
This
is
a
very exciting.
limping CFO.
Yeah. Yeah, not only that, it's a DCG. They're on a surge. And with Chris Scarter at the helm, I mean, this guy is absolutely in his patch because you can pick pretty much whatever you want. There's angles for Azir,
Just
for Hui,
filter by
AD
ADC,
carries.
filter by marksman, and pick a mid laner.
Yeah.
For Chris Scarter.
Yeah, pretty much. And you can also get away with the Azir and Hui's, though, as the good thing. That's who he started playing mid lane with. The first two champs he played last split were Azir and Hui, and they're still finding their place in the meta. I mean, I think Gory's performance showed that there is certainly a place for Azir. I don't think it was really his fault that the game went the way it went. Outside of one team fight, which could have happened on pretty much any champion. But that is us done and dusted for tonight. Thank you so much for once again joining us. And you saw the games tomorrow. There's some exciting ones. God Tone's involved. You're going to want to be too. See you there.
Before we put this all behind again. We feel so